Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City of Miami Commission meeting for January 11, 2024, our first meeting of the new year. Happy New Year. Feliz Año Nuevo and Bon Ami. Bon année. We are going to start our proclamation portion, our recognition portion of the meeting, and joining me today is Mayor Francis Suarez, Commissioner Joe Carollo. Buenos dias. Our first proclamation will be for the Coconut Grove Cowboys. Woo! Come on up, guys. Come on up.
Wait, hold up. This is my proclamation. Let me see. Hold up. All right, guys. Come on up. National champs. Wow. Incredible. What's up, guys? Boom. Oh, look at that. You got the bling. You got the bling. You guys got the bling. They got the bling on and everything. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. All right. It's a great way to start the day, Madam Chair. All right. They even got bling and everything. Let me show them your bling. Who's got it? Oh, look at that. Look at this thing. Lord have mercy. So it gives me great honor and privilege to salute the Coconut Grove Cowboys for winning the Pop Warner National Championship 9 and under. Yeah. Let me get out of the way so the parents can take pictures. I want to salute, this is a salute that goes not just to the children for their achievement, which of course is extraordinary in terms of winning the national championship, but I also want to salute the parents who are videotaping this as we speak, who put a lot of time, energy, sacrifice, financial commitment into this success. I have a 9-year-old as well, boy, who plays basketball, is on the basketball team, and I know about the weekends, I know about the nights, I know about trying to get homework done after practice, all these things that people maybe don't realize or may not understand. And then I want to give a shout out to the coaches who are right behind Commissioner Carollo. Yeah. I presume some of which, or maybe all of you who volunteer your time and your energy to make this possible. And I just marvel. Like I said, my son's in basketball. I marvel the patience, the sort of step by step, and not to say, not to pick one sport over the other, but basketball, you're trying to organize 5 players. With football, you're organizing 11 players that are acting in concert with each other, coordinated on any given play. And that doubles the complexity or more. So I've always marveled. I never played football in high school. I always marvel at football because of the complexity of trying to get everyone on the same page on every single play. And for children, that's even more difficult. So I really want to commend you. I want to thank you, all of you, and I want to thank you for representing our city so marvelously. Thank you, and God bless you.
Commissioner Pardo, would you like to say something? This is Commissioner Pardo's district.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to make it very brief. First of all, I wanted to thank you guys. You may not know it, but all of Coconut Grove was watching you. Our office helped get you there. We watched you all the way to Orlando. We knew kind of what was going on. So I just want to say great job. We're tremendously proud of you, and keep going. Thank you.
I also want to thank Chris Evans and the Parks Department and the park. We've invested a lot of money over years into that park to make it a first-rate facility for you all. I believe it has the turf field, if I'm not mistaken, and right. And so for the kids, that's especially important. As stewards of the city, it's important that when we make investments, they're investments that last. And it's been there for many years, and it's just wonderful. Chris, thank you so much for your stewardship of the department and all the members of our Parks Department who are every single day serving our citizens. Thank you.
Can the coaches come forward so you can receive the proclamation? Come on, coaches. Coach. Commissioner, would you like to say anything?
Just want to congratulate all of you on behalf of the whole city of Miami and all its residents, not just Coconut Grove residents, but all its residents. We're very, very proud of you. And coaches, we're equally as proud of you because the work that you're doing here is to work for the future. These kids here are Miami's future, and you're giving them a sound foundation into the future. I remember when I was 9, growing up in Chicago, and that's where I started my football, in Chicago as a 9-year-old, and I had excellent coaches, just like you guys here, and I will always thank them for the life experiences that I learned from them. So God bless to all of you, and all of you that are here. When you hit the big time and you graduate from high school, and every college in America wants to recruit you, remember, stay in the crib, UM.
And perhaps your Super Bowl win is a precursor to Miami winning the Super Bowl. Congratulations again. And I'm now joined also, I want to recognize my other colleague, Commissioner Gabella. Would you like to say anything?
Congratulations to you, Cowboys. What a job you guys have done. Congratulations.
I want to thank the parents for letting their kids come to the park. I want to thank the city of Miami for bringing us here and having us come here to accept this award. And I want to thank these kids because these kids are the one that did it all. And I want to also thank my coaches in the back for being with me every day and going 100% with me. Thank you.
What's next? Police.
Madam Chair, we have one more, and this one is a little sensitive because this is for the members of our SIS department who are undercover. So they will not be receiving the proclamation, but the executive officers and the police chief will be participating in this, obviously to protect their identities. But the reason why I'm doing this today is because today is, I believe, National Human Trafficking, to Eliminate Human Trafficking Day. And on Thursday, November 21st, the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, along with the Human Trafficking Task Force Hotline, received a call referencing a human trafficking victim. The caller was an anonymous friend and identified as a victim of human trafficking. The caller also stated that the victim was forced into prostitution and the abuser was a known drug dealer. And the task force initiated an investigation to identify and rescue the victim. On December 5th, the victim was rescued, taken to a safe place, and during the night and into the next morning, she could not rest thinking about her 1-year-old child who was with the abuser. The City of Miami Special Investigations Section was contacted and an operational plan was developed to rescue the victim's child. The State Attorney's Office, the Human Trafficking Task Force, the City of Miami Police Department's SIS unit, and the U.S. Secret Service collaborated to find the child. Whereas on the morning of December 7th, the victim contacted the accuser asking him to pick her up and bring her the child, and throughout the day, the accuser kept the victim's child and would not return the child to her. He would tell her that he was in a safe place. The accuser sent a Uber to pick up the victim and transport her to a disclosed location where she waited for the accuser to return her the child. The accuser kept her on the phone, taunting her, and during the investigation, agents were able to ping the phone of the victim, keeping an active surveillance team that monitored the victim's moves without alerting the accuser. After approximately 8 hours of active surveillance, the accuser was located and placed into custody by the City of Miami's SIS unit. The 1-year child was rescued and reunited with her mother. We want to give them a round of applause. So, like I said, we're not going to recognize all those officers because they're undercover officers. We want to protect their identity. But we are going to recognize a couple of them, and I think we have another one that's pending. We're going to recognize Jose Fernandez and Paolo Daneri, who are lead this department. And then, no, I think these are we're gonna keep these. They're going to give it to them, and then we'll have the chief say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairs, and Commissioners for this honor. These folks are used to working outside of the spotlight, so this is a bit unusual for them, but the outstanding work they do each and every day, it's undeniable. And in a week or yesterday, I had an opportunity to share at a press conference the tragic events that surrounded another 1-year-old in reference to the pool drowning. This is absolutely a tragedy that was averted. So for your fantastic work, you have our gratitude and you make the citizens of Miami proud. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
This shall conclude the presentation proclamation portion of our meeting. We're going to get started with the commission meeting. I want to make an announcement that there shall be no disruptive behavior today in the chambers. Clapping is only allowed during our proclamation recognition portion of the meeting. There shall be no disruptive behavior, including clapping, screaming, and anything else. If there is disruptive behavior, you will be removed from chambers, without exception. And at this time, as I do every meeting, we're going to begin the meeting with prayer. Pastor, wait, we got to get the pastor. While we're waiting for the pastor to attend, I would like to welcome everyone to the annual MLK Community Breakfast. It will be on Monday, January 15th at the MLK Business Center located on 62nd Street, Northwest 7th Avenue. We have done this breakfast for years as a welcoming fellowship prior to attending the MLK Parade, which is located in Liberty City. It is free to the community. I hope all of you will attend, and I have gotten this for all of my colleagues because I hope that all of you will attend. Where's Commissioner Pardo? Oh, and we have now, without further ado, Pastor Goodwin, who will lead us in prayer today.
Good morning to all of you. Let's pray together. To our mayor, to our chairwoman, dear Lord, we gather today here in your presence to open this commission meeting. And we begin with an offering of thanksgiving. We thank you, Lord, for every leader in this room. We thank you for our mayor. We thank you for our commissioners. We thank you for the staff. We thank you, Lord, for the city employees. We thank you, Lord, for every resident that resides in our great city. And we're asking that you would bless each and every one of them. We ask, Lord, that you will continue to strengthen them to do the work that you've assigned them to do. We're grateful, O God, for the privilege and the opportunity that you've given us to serve our diverse and vibrant community in the city of Miami. We're thankful for the gift of life and for the abundance of love that surrounds us and for the precious liberties that we cherish. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as we engage in the important work of addressing the specific needs and challenges facing our communities. Help us to approach our responsibilities with humility and understanding, always keeping the needs of others, other members in our communities at the forefront of our minds. We're reminded of Jesus, who taught us to prioritize policies, to prioritize people over policies, positions, and power. We're grateful for the opportunity to serve in the manner that reflects your love and your compassion. We acknowledge that we are doing your work, and we're thankful for the wonderful example that you've set before us. We ask, Father, that you would bless our city. We ask, Father, that you would bless this place. We speak, Father, blessings over our city, liberty to our city, peace to our city. It is in your Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pastor. And at this time, Commissioner, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm missing two of my colleagues. One I know for sure is here, Commissioner Pardo and Commissioner Reyes. I'll give them a few minutes. In the meantime, I'll have our city attorney read her statement into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Detailed information about the process, order of business, rules of procedure, and scheduling or rescheduling of City Commission meetings can be found in Chapter 2, Article 2 of the City Code, a copy of which is available online at www.municode.com. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with the related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of this section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commission that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 9 a.m. and remain open until public comment is closed by the chair. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment during the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to elected officials, their staff, and city administration throughout the day so that elected officials may consider the items and comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to elected officials, their staff, and city administration up until the chair closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to any and all city rules as may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state their name, their address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public's support, opposition, or neutrality on items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114 4C Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney's office on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing a verbatim record of the item considered at this meeting may request it at the Office of Communications or view it online at www.miamigov.com. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. Parties for any PZ items, including an applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any recognized member by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee may be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications pursuant to Florida statutes Section 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and the City Code. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. The applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices at this time. This meeting can be viewed on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, and the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Clerk, would you please read your statement in for the record?
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of the city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the City Clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and/or quasi-judicial items. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth and these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes,
Chair, may I administer the oath?
please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you will be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, the PZ items, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, are there any items on the agenda that will be deferred or withdrawn?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. RE 12 to be withdrawn, and PZ 2 to be withdrawn. And that concludes the items.
Mr. Vice Chair, do you have any items that you would like to defer or withdraw?
Not at this moment.
Commissioner Gabella, do you have any items that you wish to defer or withdraw?
I'd like to defer two items. The veto MV1 to defer, meaning later on in this meeting today.
You mean, I think procedurally, and I'll look to Todd, procedurally we have to take the mayoral veto up first unless we take other items?
You simply just need to reference MV1 before proceeding with other business for the day. You could certainly, after referencing MV1, table it if you want to hear another item before it or at the same time.
Okay, all right.
But you cannot defer it to another meeting.
No, I don't want to
He
defer
just
to another
said
meeting.
later.
And then also the other resolution, trying to find it here.
Take your time.
RE 17.
RE 17, withdraw.
Withdraw.
Madam Chair, pardon me.
Commissioner Gabella? I'm sorry, Commissioner Pardo?
I'd like to defer items PH3 and companion item PZ1
PZ1, got it.
to January 25th.
Okay.
And I'd like to add, I don't know if this is the right moment, to the discussion items, the billboard in front of the Frost Museum.
You would like to add that
Yes.
as a discussion item?
Yes, please.
Okay. PH3 and PZ1.
And just for clarity, Commissioner, you want those deferred to the next meeting, January 25th? PH3 and PZ?
Yes, I mentioned January 25th.
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't quite.
No worries.
And Madam Chair, I've got one more that I forgot.
Okay.
I'd like to defer, if possible, for the first meeting of February, PZ6.
PZ6.
That would be to the February 8th, 2024 City Commission meeting. Is that okay, sir?
That's fine.
Would that be PZ6, the accompanying PZ7?
PZ6 and 7 is a companion item?
Yes, I'm sorry.
One's the land
PC
use
6
and-
and 7, that is correct. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. Mr. City Clerk, can you read back all of the items that are proposed to be withdrawn and or deferred to make sure that we all have it?
Yes, ma'am. RE12, or to be withdrawn, RE12, to be withdrawn, PZ2, to be withdrawn, RE17, to be deferred to January 25th, 2024, PH3 and PZ1,
Hold on, Todd. Slow down. RE12 to be withdrawn.
PZ2, Papazulu.2, PZ2 to be withdrawn, RE17 to be withdrawn.
Hold on, because we have to go back and forth. I was hoping that you would do it in
Did
order.
you say RE11 or RE12?
RE12.
RE12.
And RE17 is withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
PH3 and PZ1 are to be deferred to January 5th, 2024. PZ6 and PZ7 are to be continued to the February 8, 2024 City Commission meeting. And Commissioner Pardo has a pocket discussion item, which Chair should be labeled as PI1. I believe it has to do, it's a discussion item regarding a billboard,
You could put outdoor advertising,
outdoor advertising.
but it's the billboard in front of the Frost.
And Chair, should we identify that as PI1?
PI1, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move.
I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The agenda has now been set. And at this time, we are going to have public comment. Do you have, the manager is going to make a statement.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. In light of, I wanted to, and I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, for you to give me just a quick minute here. In light of all of the public discussion, both in the media and on social media, referenced the company that my wife works for and the work they do with the city. And in spite of the fact that most of the information that's been put in the public realm is either inaccurate or incomplete, I wanted to just put forth to you, I have my intent to come back ahead of the next City Commission meeting with a full reporting and accounting of exactly the vendor relationship, the procurement process, the disclosures, everything we did roughly almost 4 years ago to create transparency around that. That way you're very well informed with the facts, not just what's sort of out there in the ether. And on a parallel track, I'm also going to request an ethics opinion with regards to that vendor relationship as well. So just wanted to put it on the record so that all of you are acutely aware that I'm going to address it, and I'm going to address it head on.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you have it?
No, I mean, I know you're going to open up the public comment. I think we should take them a oral veto item first, as it's required by our state statute. I'm sorry, by our ordinance. And, I would, and of course, the commissioner has every right to do whatever the commissioner feels.
Okay, I was waiting for Manolo Reyes to get here.
He's right there.
He is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Buenos dias, Commissioner. Happy New Year.
So
Good to
I-
see you. So we're going to have public comment
Sure.
first, and
You know what? I withdraw.
it's fine.
Okay, so I withdraw the veto.
okay.
Okay.
At this time, if there's anyone that would like to speak on any item that is before us today, please come to the podiums. Good morning, Elvis.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elvis Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street. I would like to speak to all the items on the agenda, or more specifically, the way public comment has changed in the past few years. As some of the more longstanding commissioners will remember, the public used to be able to speak to an individual item when it would come up on the agenda. That made a lot of sense. We have an attorney as our chairwoman. Imagine, if you will, going into court and you have to present your case on the entire docket for that day before the prosecution makes their opening statement. That makes no sense. What I would highly recommend is a hybrid system where you have morning comment, as we see here, so that all these nice folks that need to go to work, they can come in, say their piece, and go. But for those who wish to speak to a specific item, especially PZ items that are now being bundled, the public should be able to speak to each individual PZ item, because quite often we have an interest in more than one. Again, that's the way it was done for many years. That is fair, that is logical, that is equitable. I would ask you to please bring that back in a hybrid system, as I've just mentioned. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andy Parrish, 3940 Main Highway. I certainly agree with Elvis on that. I hope everybody does. PZ10, which is coming up today, is a very bad idea. It will create an entirely new zoning category, enhanced T5, out of thin air. T5 is the zoning category that now allows 5-story mixed-use buildings, max height 75 feet. Enhanced T5, which you're going to be asked to do today, would allow 8-story buildings up to 122 feet tall as of right. They don't have to come back to you at all again, so long as they're not abutting single-family homes and duplexes. That means, not abutting means as little as one lot away. So imagine getting up in the morning, looking out your bedroom window at a 120-foot-high building 50 feet away. Planning staff has recommended, unbelievably, planning staff has recommended enhanced T5 in opportunity zones close to Metro Rail, provided a developer offers 10% attainable housing and other public benefits like landscape enhancements and mobility connections. While such public benefits are good to have, they must be openly negotiated in public hearings to avoid the unintended consequence of accelerating the gentrification of our neighborhoods, of our poor neighborhoods in particular. Miami 21 requires successional zoning. That's what it's based on, meaning each zoning category must gradually step down to the next, so that you don't have high-rise buildings next to 2-story buildings without no buffer between them. This proposed enhanced T5 ordinance is an end run around Miami's zoning requirements by developers who want to upzone without public hearings, and they put tremendous pressure on our planning staff to recommend this terrible legislation. I hope you will defeat it today. Thank you very much. This is really bad legislation.
Good morning.
Madam Chair?
Good morning.
I'm sorry, one second.
Sure.
Madam Chair, there is another pocket, if we could label it PI2, that I wanted to make sure that the public is aware, if they wish to comment. A resolution of the Miami City Commission urging Governor Ronald DeSantis and the Florida Legislature, federal and local government officials, entities, instrumentalities to make funding available to support the I-395 Heritage Trail Signature Bridge Underdeck Project, directing the city manager to make the finding of available federal and state and local funding a legislative priority, further directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the officials named herein. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Walsh. I am the Principal Officer for Unite Here Local 355. We are the Hospitality Workers Union here in South Florida. My address is 152 Northeast 89th Street. I'm here to speak on PH5, funding for the MLK EDC, in particular for the Wheels to Work program. Back in 2017, the Miami Herald ran a 4-page spread with a front page cover highlighting one of our hotel housekeepers who lives here in the city of Miami but works at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach. She took 3 buses to get to work. It took her 2 hours each way, turning her 8-hour day into a 12-hour day, taking away time from her family, from her time to rest, and from having just any kind of quality of life. Since then, we have had 2 hospitality workers who have been recipients of the Wheels to Work program. One is Eli Philippe, a worker at the Marlins Stadium, a concessions worker who walked to work 2 hours each way. And as you can imagine, the work at Marlins Stadium is intermittent and only 6 months of the year, depending on the success of the Marlins. And so he had to put together other work, taking many other gigs, and it made it incredibly difficult without a car and access to good transportation. While I appreciate the efforts that the county is making to try and improve public transportation, we are far from adequate here in South Florida. Studies show that 84% of low-wage workers turn down a good job because they don't have access to adequate transportation. The Wheels to Work program gives a leg up for some workers to be able to get a good job and to have a decent quality of life. It has made a difference for our members and for hospitality workers and other low-wage workers here in South Florida, and I would encourage you to support the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, members of the professional staff, Mr. Mayor, how are you? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Setner. My address is 3050 Biscayne Boulevard, and I'm speaking against RE 19. I am a native of Miami, having grown up somewhat underprivileged in the Westchester area of South Miami. Through hard work, I achieved success and desire to share this success with the residents of Miami through philanthropic contributions, focusing our efforts on women and children primarily. Today, we give to countless organizations, including a multi-million-dollar grant to Lotus Village, as one example of many. We also started a school, Sentner Academy. Today, we provide more than $1 million a year, personally, in scholarships, as well as subsidized housing for almost 50 teachers so that they, too, can live and work in the city of Miami. Our middle school on 19th Street happens to be directly across from Biscayne Park, which forever has been no more than a rocky field, locked up, available to no one every evening and weekends. On August 19th, 2019, 4.5 years ago, we approached then District 2 Commissioner Ken Russell with a pledge to donate $10 million for a state-of-the-art climate-controlled indoor park, which will be built and then donated to the city, while also funding all of the ongoing costs. In other words, a full donation in every sense of the word. Our donation was considered at public hearings no less than 7 or 8 times, won unanimously every time other than one, and ultimately led to a license agreement executed by all members of the professional staff. Since then, at great time and expense, we've been working aggressively on the park's design and civil engineering. The media has been painfully unkind and unfair to my wife and me, with much insinuation of wrongdoing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
2 minutes. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's it? I didn't see the clock. Where's the clock?
It beeped twice.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
what the beep is.
Good morning.
Good morning on a rainy birthday day for myself. I thank you, Commissioner, for hearing us today. My name is Chaplain Stanley Young of Freedom Prison and Jail Ministry, located at 500 Northwest 2nd Avenue here in the city of Miami, where most of your homeless shelters are located. Most of the homeless people are located here in the city of Miami. I have spoken with a couple of commissioners about starting a panel to actually address this issue that is in your city. I walk the streets of Miami on a weekly basis, talking to the people that live inside of these tents, that live on your streets, to try to get them into the shelters, try to get them into treatment centers, try to get them into mental health, try to help them to better their life. And one of the most frustrating things is the shelters are full. They have the room. They're very competitive. The mental health hospital is still not open. And the reason why there's such a backlog is because there's no affordable housing. That's why I'm supporting PH2 for the city of Miami, to help this backlog to get people off the streets, is to develop more affordable housing in the city of Miami that will help the homeless that are living on the streets. Florida is number 3 in the nation coming to homelessness. It's California, there's New York, and it's the state of Florida. Miami-Dade County is number 1 in the state of Florida when it comes to homelessness. We have a homeless problem in your city that needs to be addressed on an ongoing basis. And I thank you for your time and for your effort, for what you're doing. God bless you and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm submitting these handouts for the public record and would ask the clerk to please distribute them accordingly. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jamie Mandel, 3050 Biscayne Boulevard. I am closer here? Okay. My name is Jamie Mandel, 3050 Biscayne Boulevard, and I am David and Layla Sentner's personal attorney, and I'm here to speak out against RE19. I just passed out a handout which illustrates what Biscayne Park looks like today, which is a grassy and muddy field, and also includes a rendering of what would be built there if their donation is permitted to stand. There's been a lot of non-factual, unfair, and mean-spirited portrayals in the media about this donation, which are simply not true. The park is not being privatized, And in fact, some of the benefits that would be granted to the donor are actually less under the license agreement than what exists today. The donor is required to spend a minimum of $10 million to improve and enhance a public park. This includes a climate-controlled indoor park with 140,000 square feet of fields for things like soccer and lacrosse, and as well as tennis courts and basketball courts, an outdoor passive park, a 2,000 square foot building for park office space, a weight room, storage and concession stand, and new on-site parking. The donor is not only required to build all of this at the donor's own expense with no cost to the city, but then to gift it once fully completed to the city, reserving no ownership or lease rights over the property. This puts the complete onus of this project on the donor and gives the city a fully built out, beautiful athletic complex with no risk. It includes putting in services like drainage and sewers, and also an obligation to both maintain the park and security for the park once this is completed. The park will remain a public park at all times. Please make the right call and reaffirm the city's acceptance of the donation by voting against RE19. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Debbie Dolson, 4205 Lennox Drive, Coconut Grove. There are a lot of wonderful items on the agenda today, and I hope that some of them will pave a path to honesty and integrity away from the corruption and personal gain that we've been experiencing in Miami. First of all, I would like to support overturning the mayor's veto, MV1. RE 14 and 15, adding an independent inspector general and retaining an independent auditor are both badly needed. DI 7, establishing a city charter committee to examine our city's needs and for now and the future is critical. And mostly I was going to comment on RE 17, which has been withdrawn, and I'm disappointed to see that that has happened. I hope that in the future, either a court decision or action taken by this commission will do what RE 17 was stating, to amend the jurisdictional boundaries of District 1 and 2 and restoring the District 2 portion of Coconut Grove that was removed from it and moved to District 3. It's time to respect the residents who live in District 2 and restore Coconut Grove to one grove. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Fernandez. I'm at 4920 Southwest 73rd. And I'm a native, local, born in Mercy Hospital, and I have a 7-year-old. And one of my concerns growing up, watching what's been happening, is that the development is really too much, and it's lacking parks. And this park means a lot to me, and a lot of my friends and families, because we always look for parks to go to, so we have to go almost out of the city to look for parks, and that's very hard discerning growing up here. An example is the Coconut Grove Cowboys. They can have a facility. They're number 1 in the nation now. Imagine if they can have a facility in the other schools in the city of Miami. They can continue practicing throughout the year. That's a phenomenal opportunity for our city and for the nation to see how wonderful the city of Miami has, and a special location that the kids can practice indoor, no matter what the situation is outdoor in the climate, what's happening. I'm opposing the resolution, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, John Dolson, 4205 Lennox Drive, Coconut Grove, Florida. This is an important day. Many items are proposed here that may begin to repair the reputation that Miami has as a corrupt city commission, city employees, and whether it's true or not, let's put some oversight on this. We have one of the worst reputations in the country, let's face it. First, RE11, remove City Attorney Victoria Mendez. Enough is enough, that's one step. RE15, support retaining an independent auditor to look into the honeypot that has become the CRA and look into other boards and city trusts. That's one of Manolo Reyes' things. Long overdue. Third, commenting on discussion item 4, restore oversight of the Bayfront Park Management Trust, the Omni CRA, and Downtown Development Authority to District 2. They should never have been removed out of District 2 for oversight by commissioners from other districts. And like my wife, I'm distressed that RE 17 has been removed temporarily here. Restore the Grove. When it was broken up, let's face it, it was done for personal gerrymandering gain. One, to remove Commissioner Croyle's house into his district, and the second one, to disallow Commissioner Gabella from running. Let's get it back. And lastly, stop hassling Commissioner Gabella. He got elected. He belongs to be up on the dais. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Adrian Sanchez, 50 Southwest 30th Road. I own a real estate brokerage, Wire Miami, Brickell downtown in Edgewater. As a broker, I've worked closely with some of the biggest names in real estate development, including some you're quite familiar with, Michael Stern of JDS. I mentioned them here because I helped them put together a deal with the city for a new fire station in Brickell. But unlike the Centeners, who care about their community, JDS just wants to maximize profits. So the public benefit of building a new fire station, improving adjacent parks, was in their eyes a necessary evil so they could build their monstrous 62-story, 1,400-unit high-rise. Of course, that was approved, no RFP needed. This is just one instance of questionable commission approvals that only serve to benefit developers. Yet here, the Centeners are not huge luxury condo developers trying to squeeze the most out of public property to make a buck. Instead, they're donating $10 million to convert an eyesore of a park that has been sitting there dilapidated for decades into something beautiful and usable by school children and the public. Some of you have been here, some of you are new. I remember a time when the commissioners worked hard to protect parks. You ran your campaigns on promises to improve the community. But now you want to cancel a project that does not cost us anything, creates a huge benefit to the community, and is being funded by a philanthropic family who I assure you have better things to do with their money and time. Is this the precedent you want to set? A lot of wealthy people coming to Miami, you want to show them what a headache it is to give their money to you, so they stop doing that? That's not what's going to happen. I mean, that's what's going to happen if this is canceled. Damien, as you told me on the phone the other day, nobody wants to touch this with a 10-foot pole right now because of the allegations of potential impropriety. But the Centeners have nothing to do with yet another Miami commission taking campaign funds that are donated in good faith by people with good intentions and misappropriating them for personal gain. That's a problem with the culture within the Miami Commission. So what it sounds like to me when you say nobody wants to get near this thing is that you're putting political optics ahead of the public's best interest. So fix your house with a worry about the people you represent, and don't take this great thing away from the community and their children, who are the ones who stand to benefit the most. Thank you.
I said when the meeting started, no clapping. If it happens again, I will remove everyone from these chambers.
Madam Chair, if I may have a point. Since your policy is being to allow people from the public to make, since the chair's policy in the last few meetings has been to allow activists from the public to make statements on members of the commission here that are untrue. I would like to be able to clarify those statements and ask the chair respectfully if you would like for me to clarify the statements that this activist man came before to make when people are done speaking or when public.
After public comment.
Okay, so I would like to have my time to answer those statements because I'm fed up with the lies, the defamation, the slander, the corruptness, yes, that is coming from different angles here. And those powers to be want to black the sun with their finger and claim that the corrupt are the ones with the white hats. And I'm ready to take on anybody any way they want to. I'm not going to be shut up. They could put me in the street if they want to. Just bring my tent. But they're not going to shut me up or put me down. And we want to go into history of what people have done, then I'm ready to say it. I'm ready to say what deals have truly been gone in the city, who's been getting them, and how this rag sheet that we call a newspaper that's nothing more than a tabloid, through their reporters and their editorial board, covers it all up. And only when it's not convenient for them, years after, do they go after people and say, look what they've done. But I remember years back when this commissioner was pointing out facts, what would being said about me? I'm a troublemaker. I'm a troublemaker. Shut him up. Get him out of there. So I do want my 2 minutes so I could explain this whole little brouhaha on a home that I owned, and now I'm back living on it.
Okay.
And they got the dates all wrong.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Derek DeGrazio, 3131 Northeast 7th Ave. I'm here to oppose RE19. I'm a local business owner. I just wanted to piggyback off what Raymond had to say. Vice Chairman, the moment this morning was awesome with the Coconut Cowboys. Coconut Grove Cowboys, you know, the documentary. Yeah. That's where my head is right now. We are in Miami. But it was a special moment. I didn't expect that to happen, but these kids are 9 years old. They're national state champion. You made a comment that you can't wait to watch them and play college football. And more specifically, UM. UM, yeah. So what UM has and what every Division I school has is a state-of-the-art indoor sports complex. So their kids continue to hone their skills so they can be better players, play together as a team, not just play together as a team, but be better people. I mean, I own a business, and some of what I'm noticing, the commonality between a lot of my employees, my better employees, are the ones that show up on time, the most punctual, the ones that are the hardest working. They grew up playing sports. It instills discipline. It instills this behavior of hard work. It makes you resilient. It makes you just continue to work and to understand the ebbs and flows of good decisions and bad decisions. And it helps you. It's not just throwing a baseball or catching a football. It helps you navigate through life. It helps you be a good person. The Centners are providing that here for our Cowboys to play at 9 years old, at 10 years old. They can be national champions every year because they have 365 days to hone their skills, to be better people. This is something that college campuses have, that the Centners are providing for us locally, that our kids, our community, can start at 9 years old. They can repeat next year as 10 years old. And it's just something I think is invaluable to this community. Having 2 kids of my own, being in this community, being a local business owner for 10 years, this means a lot to me and it means a lot to us. And I think it's something special for us, and I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Malena Iglesias Raggio, 501 Northeast 51st Street, Miami, Florida, 33137. And I'm here to support the indoor gym that they want to do in Biscayne Park. Sorry. I'm not used to public speaking, but this was a really good presentation that it was given to us. It was approved. Until last year, this was approved. It was ready to go. And I feel like this is not only something that it's going to benefit just their school, it's something that it's going to benefit the whole community. I really wish I could come to another speaking, like one day, and have another group of kids saying that they want something else. I was amazed. I never knew these things were happening. I was almost in tears seeing those little kids receiving their award and being recognized here. I wish we could recognize them all for whatever they do, tennis, basketball, soccer, whatever you want to call it, and have them here more often. This is a great opportunity they are giving us, and I feel like for the city of Miami, it's free. So it's like a win-win. I don't see why not. So I would appreciate if we can continue with the idea that we had at the beginning. Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, can I have the speaker's name again? Ma'am, if you could just state your name again for the record. If you could state your name again for the record.
Malena Iglesias Raggio.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bianca Erickson. I live at 117 Northeast 49th Street, and I am here to speak out against RE19. I live in Upper Buena Vista, and I work in Edgewater. Biscayne Park is in my neighborhood. Thank you all for all that you do for the city of Miami, and thank you for hearing everybody's comments today. It's really meaningful and important. I appreciate it. I am kind of mind-boggled that you are actually reconsidering your unanimous decision to accept a $10 million donation to create a state-of-the-art indoor park at the location where Biscayne Park currently is. This will be climate controlled, allowing for young people in our community to be active and athletic and healthy throughout every single day of the year. Have you ever tried to play baseball or soccer in July in Miami? Have you? It is really, 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 really super duper hot. It does not lend itself to like optimal athletic priming, conditioning, and functioning. So as Derek previously said before me, this state-of-the-art facility is giving us, our community, our children, an opportunity to have really the highest quality experience as athletes. I personally and professionally have known Layla and David Sentner for over 4 years. I can speak to their integrity and their true desire to make the world a better place. Please vote against RE 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name's Ananda Matei, and I live on 425 Fairway Drive, Miami Beach, Florida. And today I will be talking about Biscayne Park. So as you might have realized, I don't live in the city of Miami, but I 100% consider myself part of the community since I spend most of my time there and my school is there. And as a part of the community, I feel like I can genuinely speak as there's a lack of connection in the community. I feel like since the lockdown, everyone has been separated, and there's something there that needs to make that connection. I believe that Biscayne Park can do exactly that. Biscayne Park is an excellent athletic facility that can bring a lot of great things to especially children like myself that need an athletic center to use. You live in Miami, you know how crazy the weather is. And over the summer, it's 100-degree weather where you literally can't do anything outside. This athletic center that David Center and Layla Center are trying to provide will do exactly that. They'll provide a space where people can get together and gather and form connections there. And also it will incentivize people to perform physical activity even no matter the weather they have. If you look at Biscayne Park right now, it's literally just a piece of rock and grass begging to be used, you know? David Sentner is literally giving you $10 million to build an athletic program. I mean, there's no reason why to say no. And as a Center Academy student, you might think I'm advocating here for myself. But let's put our egos aside and let's think of everything that this center can bring us. Think about the coming generations and everyone that outside this school and in the city can use it for. I mean, you just got to think for the good of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Leonie Casanova. I live at 600 Northeast 27th Street, and I'm here to speak on Biscayne Park. The item for discussion today is basically my backyard. To be very clear, I'm a resident of Edgewater. This is my hood. I can walk to the project in question. I moved here to Miami 6 years ago with my husband and then baby from New York, primarily for more space, for a more active and healthier lifestyle, and for a different sense of community. A few weeks after getting here, I started to think we had made a mistake. Why, you might ask. One, I didn't feel entirely safe in Edgewater. I was harassed a number of times while walking my baby. Two, the neighborhood didn't give me the sense of community I was seeking, and it did not feel family-oriented in the way I had expected. Three, there just wasn't much to do within walking distance for a young family, and at the time, Greater Miami wasn't yet familiar to me. We were looking for parks. There's been a lot of development and progress in the area. Needless to say, there's still a way to go, but strides have been made, and for that, we are very grateful. 3 points I'd like to make. One, this park would convert a sad, underutilized, largely neglected plot of land into a gem, not just for my kid, who is now 7 and getting into sports, but for my family, the neighborhood, and the community, including seniors and children from nearby schools. Number 2, it would elevate the area in general. Nothing like this exists in Miami. Number 3, I'm yet to hear a compelling reason for which we would say no to this state-of-the-art facility that would be open to all and that is being paid for. I say no to efforts to block Biscayne Park project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Rivera, and I still technically reside at 2300 Southwest 3rd Avenue, Apartment 11, Miami, Florida, 33129. I am here to support removing the city attorney, and again, to speak as most of the speakers have on the corruption in this city. And to our new commissioners, this does not apply to you, but we are watching. Quite frankly, my own city commissioner is joking about being homeless and living in a tent because he lost a lawsuit that alleged he used the code enforcement department to harass local businesses. I am being evicted. I have waiting for the thing to be posted on my door because I called code enforcement on my building that was already declared unsafe. I am probably one of the most knowledgeable persons in this city about each of your political contributions, and they are disgusting. I do not trust any of you. I have stated this on multiple occasions. My own commissioner is leaving me to die, along with the rest of the people in District 3. And the other current commissioners, new ones, not, and their predecessors have left all of this city to die. They will consistently put their donors and those that can help them personally over each and every member of this city. All those children you guys took pictures with? Yeah, if you thought it was profitable for you, you'd leave them all to die on the street and joke about it, just like you're doing to my son. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Flavia Giardinella. I live at 825 Northeast 75th Street, Miami, Florida, 33138. I come today as a mother and as a part of the community of Miami. I've been a part of Miami for over 20 years. I'm very proud to be part of Miami. I don't see myself living anywhere else, honestly. And I am here because I am in support of this Biscayne Park. This facility that the Centners are donating is going to help our children, not only the ones in the school, but also the community at large and other schools and other public schools of the area and of the city of Miami. It's going to help our children be active all year round. It's going to give a name to our city. I haven't seen another private school in Miami trying to do something for the community, only for their school. So I don't understand why this is being held back. This is very important for everyone that's involved, not only the children of the school, but as I said, as the community. And I really, really beg you to reconsider and say no to against RE 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marica Morelli. I'm here to speak on Biscayne Park. I live in Edgewater. 2020 North Bayshore Drive, 33137, Miami. My family and I, we live just 2-3 blocks from the one that should be this amazing indoor park. We moved here 10 years ago. We left behind everything that we had to give a better future to our kids. I'm here, I'm a little nervous. English is not my language, but I'm here as a mom. I want to speak for my kids. My son needs sport, but sometimes we don't know where we have to go. We live in front of Margaret Pace Park, and we never had the chance to play basketball there because it's always overcrowded with adults, no space for kids. The heat is killing the kids, and I truly hope they can have soon a chance to practice the sport. We saw before the smiles on those kids' faces. They were so happy and proud themselves. And we need to reconsider sports not only like motion skills, but as a psychological, a very important element of every kid's life. I personally struggled a lot with my son to get him to be there. He needed to feel more confident. We got there thanks to sports, but we need more and more. We moved to Miami just to have a better life and more space, but all that I see walking my kids around is just new buildings. And this is not helping, not only my family, but all the other families and also yours. So thank you for listening today. Bye.
Thank you.
Your English is wonderful, ma'am. Thank you for coming to Miami. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. My name is Mary Lopez. He's my husband.
Oye.
And we live in 5524 Northeast 7th Avenue, very near to the project. We are here to speak on Biscayne Park. And, well, we live in the area. We have been here in Miami for 10 years. Our daughters goes to this school to Setner Academy. She's super happy in there, and she was always complaining about to do sports outside. So with this, we had a solution not only for the school, but for all the kids that lives in the area. My husband and I, we always make a sport for our life. We play many different things in sports, and we know many things about that. Sports, for me, unify people and put you away for hard things like drugs and bad behaviors. It unifies community. So for me, it's an amazing opportunity, this gift that Setners are giving to the city of Miami, that it has been growing for years, to have the opportunity for other kids to use this space. As I know, does not exist any space like this in Miami that is not for professionals. And I think our kids, not only the ones that are in the school, they need to have this opportunity. So, well, as neighborhoods of the area and as citizens of Miami, we ask you friendly to reconsider, this resolution, because I think the first thing is to have unity for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Fernando Paredes, and I live in 3 Grove Isle Drive, apartment 201, Miami, Florida. I've been a resident of Miami District 2 for close to 30 years. I'm here in support of item RE11 regarding the city attorney's office signing off on illegal permits in defiance of a previous judicial ruling, current city codes and regulations, written advice from the building department, planning and zoning officials, and just as importantly, a landmark 1977 settlement agreement to run with the land in perpetuity. These permits were issued to a developer which had already demolished existing structures, including a 50-room hotel, a restaurant, a tiki bar, a pool, a conference room, a ballroom, a marina, a spa, a beauty salon, a pro shop, and 12 tennis courts. The developer demolished, prepared the grounds, and began construction while the final permits were still under revision. As we speak, part of the 65-unit condominium on the northeast portion of the island is already over 4 stories high. By the way, this monolithic structure stands as close as 18 feet from 40-year-old structures on man-made landfill. My fellow residents and I, in light of the Champlain Tower catastrophe in Surfside, are under constant fear of the possibility of a similar situation happening to our homes. Grove Isle's 3 buildings sit on a single plat. We asked the City Commission to open an investigation and put a stop to any further development and construction work until proper ownership, permit irregularities, and possible corruption are thoroughly examined. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is William Rodriguez. I reside at 455 Northeast 39th Street, and I am here today to speak in favor of the Biscayne Park project. I want to start by noting that the area between Edgewater and Wynwood is undergoing an incredible amount of redevelopment. The amount of new residential and office buildings being constructed not only will bring positive benefits for the area, but also it will have a huge impact on population density, as we all know. I also want to highlight that because of this transformation, the few spaces that could be used for recreational purposes are, in my opinion, not sufficient for the growth. So I believe that the creation of a state-of-the-art facility dedicated to sports and recreation will greatly benefit the surrounding communities and will improve and will provide a climate control and, more importantly, safe and clean environment for all the neighbors to enjoy year-round. So as a neighbor of the community, I thank you for considering the decision to move forward with the project, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Schachter. I'm here to speak about RE11 in favor of RE11. I reside at Grovile Drive, apartment 310. I'm here with my wife Sydney and our friend Jane Markers, who lives on Bayshore Lane. I am a 94-year-old Holocaust survivor, and I'm a founder of the Miami Beach Holocaust Memorial. I purchased my apartment pre-construction in 1980 and have been privileged to live on the island for more than 40 years. But now in my golden years, the value of my apartment, the enjoyment of it, and even the safety has been adversarially affected. I know that abuse of power I have seen the worst of humanity and was able to overcome the loss of everything near and dear to me. I was successful in building a business and in relationships. I've also been involved in construction projects, but always followed the letter of the law, and I didn't try to sidestep the system. With my understanding of code enforcement and permitting processes, I cannot perceive how this developer was able to demolish the 50-room hotel and its amenities in order to start construction of a massive 65-unit project that seems to be 3 times the foot frontage of the former buildings. I'm concerned this has happened because the project was never platted. The new structure is very close to the building 3 and currently affects the entrance and exit of our building. I'm hopeful that you commissioners pause this project in order to investigate how this massive project was permitted without a new plat. I'm concerned for my safety and feel as though my rights have been tampered upon. Dear commissioners, it is in your power to do the right thing, to pause this project in order to scrutinize the process and limit this project that appears to have been permitted in spite of omission and misrepresentation. I hope to be able to spend the rest of my days, whatever time I have left, in my apartment, in sunlight, and not in a dark shadow cast by 10-story building. I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I think goodness will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say something before anyone else speaks. It is clear to everyone that I've allowed him more than 2 minutes to speak. I have done that since I began as chair of this commission anyone that comes to speak before this commission that's 90 plus years old, I allow them to say whatever it is they need to say. God bless them. God bless them, and they took the time to come, and I will never be disrespectful to my elders. Those of you who are not 90, I am going to say thank you at the 2-minute mark. But just so you understand, that is a rule that I've implemented. I know those who have come to the commission meeting have seen it. I never interrupt them, and I let them speak for as long as they care to speak, because they have earned the right to do so. And who does not like that? I'm sorry. Thank you. Good morning.
Chairwoman King, respect where respect is due. Albert Gomez, 3566 Vista Court, Miami, Florida. Speaking on MV1, I'm against the veto. Let the citizens vote stand and let Commissioner Gabello do his duty. CA4, CA5, and CA6 are liabilities as of the direct action of bad actions by the city staff department, which is sadly, we're also addressing various discussion items, DI5, DI6, DI7, DI8, RE8, and RE11. We always foot the bill. The city stopped publishing the liability reporting in late 22. Please reenact this reporting so the public can fully understand the scope of liabilities perpetrated by city staff departments and electeds. I have sat on a board. I had to give up working with the city when I was on the board because I understood the ethics workshop and followed the rules and laws clearly. Emoluments, corruptions, and lack of oversight are wrong and illegal. Fix this by rooting out the rot for accountability and setting standards where there are none. The CA1 Miami Forever Bond update, which equates to moving on approvals on new capital improvements and projects. This all has a price tag attached to it. What is sadly missing in most cases, continuing maintenance, and this can easily be addressed by using this Miami Forever Bond to help catalyze applying money towards enforcement shortfalls. The Rookery resolution in its original form highlighted that. We can move money towards enforcement dollars and more Marine Patrol to solve the issue. Now we're getting all sorts of things happening with fines, threatening to take money away and things of that nature. I would stand up to that. That's just more corruption. So effectively, I would just stand true. I paddleboard and kayak off Morningside Park. I don't want to be run over by a 60-mile-an-hour boat. Okay? I think that our health and human security should be your priority. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bob Denholtz. I live at 3 Grove Isle, Coconut Grove. I've been a resident there for 25 years, and I just want to speak about what's taking place now. When I purchased 25 years ago, reviewed by my attorney, the documents that were given to me included the 1977 settlement agreement, which was an agreement between the City of Miami, the developer, and the community of Coconut Grove. It identified what could be built on the island in perpetuity, 525 condo units, 50-room hotel, which totaled 575 units. Specific density was called out. There was a restaurant, a club, a pool, and so forth, tennis courts and so forth. The city attorney writes a letter saying that the property must be separated, had to be replatted, that development. And months later, she changed her decision for reasons unknown with no explanation. There was a ruling by Judge Miller that there must be a hotel on the island with a minimum of 26 hotel rooms, which left 24 condo units to build, equaling 575 units, if the new development went through proper approvals. Also, density. How do you take 24 hotel rooms and how do you take 24 hotel rooms that would be available at roughly 500 square feet and build 3,000 to 4,000 square foot condos? The density doesn't add up. That hasn't been platted. The density doesn't add up. Under city code, permits should be issued if not platted. Permits should not be issued if not platted, not subdivided. We would like the city to review. We would ask the commissioners to please pause and review immediately as construction is underway and safety is our concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Madam
morning.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to bring up that these matters already went to litigation. The court and blessed a settlement agreement. I know that they're coming on my item to discuss issues of Grove Isle, but the condo association settled. The city has given ample meetings on all the requests that they have asked for. And found nothing that was inappropriate. So I just want this to know that there were settlements on the Grove Isle. That's why this is building. It's gone to court. It's gone up all the way to the 3rd. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, how is everyone? Good to see you. What a wonderful opportunity we all have to share our opinion on Biscayne Park. I'm in complete support of it. I have a 4-year-old son. He's extremely active, as we all know if you have sons. The amount of energy that they have, and we are located on 4421 North Miami Avenue, so we're in the area, and there's definitely a void in terms of parks, and I just would be overjoyed if you would approve this Biscayne Park construction, and we would be able to experience that with our kids and see the community really thrive and grow. I see up there it says, "In God we trust," and I can't avoid just the simple fact that we need to look deep inside as to why we're making the decisions that we're making, and know that we can impact not only generations, but we can impact our own hearts if we make the right decision. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I'm sorry, Chair. Ma'am, can I have your name for the record?
Berkeley Walters.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Tamayo. I am a resident of Grove Isle, Building 3, Apartment 809, for the past 17 years. I speak in support of the RE11. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. I don't know how we got to this point where we are now. It looks like the city rules and laws established for a reason to protect and ensure the well-being of residents has failed. I look outside my balcony and can't figure out how a project with amenities open to the public were destroyed and substituted by an enormous structure that is rising 20 feet away from my balcony, and that will no longer be the amenities of Grove Isle, but on the contrary, it is a residential building with 65 units, altering the covenant's density and bringing many other problems. The fact is that a developer's application to build used their portion on this single-platted island, and he was denied by Public Works the possibility of using that as a subject property because there was no division of land, and he had to replat to get the permits. Somehow, he decided to apply again, using as his subject property the whole entire island, even though it is a condominium, and the response from the city was that he lacked ownership. But anyways, the city overturned and overlooked rules and regulations and made it possible that even not complying, the permits were issued. This is why I come before you today to ask to stop and investigate thoroughly the replatting issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Hounshell. I come to you today as a parent and resident of Miami. Just to share, I'm natively from New York, and New York, my family kind of took the, I guess, unplanned trip down to Miami to plant roots here, and that's for many different reasons. And one of the things I've really discovered in the past 3 years of living here and through this community and just in the room today is really the sense of importance of community from our 94-year-old residents here to our future, which is our children. And weather is a huge factor, I think, behind any successful city or place is enrichment of community. Community is the source of everything. And I think that the centers have really done a wonderful job in their philanthropy efforts. I think throughout this the city, really. And I think should be almost a ripple effect as to, I think, going forward with plans for Biscayne Park. I know that I've been outdoors with my son in sports, and I've watched some children literally have heat stroke in the middle of a game. I know that it's deterred certain children from joining in during the, height of summer here. And I think it would be just beneficial and enriching to our community to have such a thing available for everyone. Everyone from our 94-year-old residents to our young children, our future. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anika Georgic, and I live at 3000 Northeast 2nd Avenue in Midtown Miami. Addressing Biscayne Park, I personally have been impacted by the challenges faced by families like mine with 2 small children in the Midtown Edgewater area, where outdoor recreational options are severely limited, especially during the hot summer months. Drawing from my past in Chicago, I've witnessed the positive impact of climate-controlled sports facilities, creating opportunities for league games that would otherwise be impractical. From my balcony, the skyline is dominated by luxury high-rise mixed-use buildings, alongside the constant presence of these development cranes. Unfortunately, the city's recent development seems to stem solely from developers' speculative motivation driven by the 41% rent increases over 2021 and 2022, resulting in the displacement of numerous Miami natives and a disregard for the well-being of local consumers. Yet these developments persistently receive approval. This project stands in absolute contrast to those greed-driven developments, offering significant benefits to building our community. It provides a much-needed climate-controlled option for adverse weather conditions, benefiting youth leagues and individuals with limited access to exercise equipment. Beyond physical and mental well-being, the initiative promotes community bonding through sports and exercise, diversifying neighborhood activities, the selfless contribution of time, resources, and finances by David and Layla, without burdening taxpayers, is a gift and blessing. Since our initial encounter, all I have known about them is their unwavering generosity and ongoing dedication to sharing knowledge and resources. This project is truly a heartfelt gift. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Natasha Kern. I live at 900 Biscayne Bay. Can you hear me okay? Better? Okay. Natasha Kern, live at 900 Biscayne Bay. Good morning. I'd like to speak on discussion item 4 in regard to who will be the chairperson of the Bayfront Parks Management Trust. My husband and I moved to Miami in 2019 for a better life and more access to the outdoors. A big reason for our move to 900 Biscayne was the green space provided by the Marquee Park across the street at Maurice Ferry Park. I take walks there multiple times a day, so I can assure you that I do have a vested interest in what happens. The trust charter states that each member of the trust shall be an individual of outstanding reputation for integrity, responsibility, and commitment to serving the community. I do not believe that the current chairperson currently meets that criteria, based on the recent federal judgments against him that he weaponized our government against the citizens. Moreover, it's time for the Bayfront Parks that the Bayfront Parks were administered by a commissioner overseeing the district in which they are located. I'm tired of the trust stance towards concerned citizens dismissing us as elitists. I would like our District 2 Commissioner, Damian Pardo, to chair the Bayfront Parks Management Trust. Congratulations again on winning the recent election. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Fiona Konstein, and I am a resident of Edgewater. So I'm here to oppose RE19 and support Biscayne Park. I believe this is a beautiful neighborhood that is bustling with construction. It's growing. There's a positive side to it, but there's also a bad side to it, which is there aren't enough resources for children to play in the area. There aren't enough parks. And the ones that are there are completely packed. So there's a tiny little soccer field on 26th Street, the size of half of this room. And what we're proposing is a large soccer field that all the community can benefit from. And I see children there playing on weekends. There's again a small basketball court on Market Place Park, but it's always super extra crowded. So we need more space. We need more space for our children. This opportunity cannot be missed. I live on 22nd Street. This park is planned on 19th Street, and I can see the benefits for the community, as well as creating a space for people to meet and interact. This can also be used as a shelter in case of need, if there's an emergency or weather-related emergency, as it is sheltered. So I see innumerable benefits and absolutely no reason to oppose this construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Jan Schwegmann, 900 Biscayne Bay. I'm here. I wanted to speak about PZ2 and PZ3. Since PZ2 has been withdrawn, my speech is half as long, so you're in luck. I'm going to make this very quick. I think if today tells us one thing, it's that public outreach is key when it comes to our public parks, to our recreational facilities. And this is also why I'm here today. On November 15th, the Planning, Zoning and Appeals Board approved an appeal that revoked a warrant by the Planning Department. The city had issued the warrant to build an outdoor gym at Maurice Ferré Park. The warrant was revoked because the installation was in sharp contrast to the master plan, a plan that many residents trusted in, and the park management and city completely failed to include the public into the whole process. Now, during that meeting, the park management argued with a really beautiful PR marketing video where they interviewed people in the park, if they like the park, if they like the gym, the dog park, or whatnot. But please bear in mind, this is never or was never about if people like an installation, if they like a dog park, a gym, or whatnot. This is about following the right process. Just because I like something that is being done doesn't mean I'm going to close my eyes to a wrong process. So I'm here today to ask you to stick to a master plan that was designed with great detail, that involved the public, and not change it anymore. And if there are changes, please do involve the public. Uphold the decision by the Planning, Zoning and Appeals Board that was made on November 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, elected officials. My name is Emmanuel Osman. I reside at 1641 Northwest 29th Court, and I'm here to speak on RE19. I truly believe that this indoor sports pavilion would be a great addition to the benefit, not only to the surrounding community, but the city of Miami at large. I'm a part of Miami Tennis Club, and we oftentimes have to cancel or reschedule because of the weather, whether it be rain or too much shine. And I believe that as someone who was born and raised in some of the rough neighborhoods in Miami, I know the importance of sports within the communities as well as benefiting from it firsthand. We just applauded the great effect that the sports that could have on our youth, not only athletically, but also in building character. So I believe that this donation could only bring good to the city of Miami. I'm asking that you reconsider your previous decision on RE19. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kiana Lorenz. I live at 480 Northeast 31st Street, here in Miami, Edgewater. I'm here to speak in support about the Biscayne Park hearing. I think he was agreeing. I'm an active member in the city of Miami, and I'm a mother raising my two fair-skinned children, my daughter who is 6 and my son who is 1. I am the voice of my children, and I hope to be speaking for those who cannot speak in support of the park today. This indoor park is a necessity for the city of Miami. This park is going to be helping and be a safe environment for children of the city. I've grown up in diverse climates between Maui and Denver. One common denominator that every location has in common is the outdoor elements. And now I have resided in Miami for 6 years. I have had the opportunity to live in Miami Beach, Coconut Grove, and Edgewater. My husband and I decided to make this city our permanent home in 2017. We quickly found that there weren't many indoor options, close to none. If you have been or visited any other states, you will find that each city has an indoor space to participate in play and activities to. Not only allow for year-round physical participation, but also protection against the outdoor elements. Skin cancer is on a rise every year, and this is a matter of health and protection for our children and community. For example, today it's raining. There are no locations to go for anyone who wants to participate in sports or play. Children need a physical education, connect, and flourish, and it's unbearably hot at least 5 or 6 months out of the year. Lastly, it is a matter of safety. Sex trafficking is at an all-time high, and I want to feel safe when I take my kids out to play. This park is a safe haven and security for our children's community and future generations. The Centners are here doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, and I can vouch for their loyalty and integrity. Thank you for being here and listening to all our voices about this project, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. God bless.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thais Chesson, and I work in the city of Miami at 3050 Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here today to speak about Biscayne Park. I have worked in the city of Miami. I've been here for 12 years. I worked with the Omni CRA and Commissioner Russell on several community garden projects in that area. It's always been very, very difficult to find funding to do great things. Even with the best of intentions, the city has so many things to attend to that community projects tend to take a backseat. So here you're given this opportunity to accept a large donation for a public space that's really going to impact everyone in the city. My daughter plays soccer. She's at the Miami Shores Soccer Club. She's really serious about it. She wants to play soccer in high school and in college. They're, often competing in the leagues to find some indoor spaces. There's only a few private gyms or soccer stadiums where they can play. So sometimes, many times in this season that there's been a lot of rain, their practice is canceled. I now manage a farm in Homestead called Regenerate Farm, and we've been talking to the Centners about the possibility of having a farmer's market at that same space that is being proposed. So that would be another benefit to the community. We would have this weekly farmer's market bringing local farms to the Edgewater neighborhood, which currently does not have a farmer's market. The closest one is on 63rd Street in a park there. So for all of these reasons, I ask you to consider and accept this great donation and really benefit all of us in the city. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Madam Chairwoman, excuse me. My name is Diliana Alexander, and my mom and I own in the historical Huntington building, which is on the 4th floor of 168 Southeast 1st Street. We are proud constituents of yours. This is my first time at a commissioner meeting, so excuse me and bear with me as I tell you the facts quickly. I'm speaking on item DI8. Filmgate Miami, our nonprofit organization, along with 70 businesses, was evacuated in 3 days in March 2023. We don't know why we were evacuated. We're still waiting to find out from the fire department of the city when we can come back. We have suffered enormous losses, close to $400,000 on our floor. We have disruption in our programs. We are one of the only cultural organizations that does what we do in the state, but also in your district. For months, we have not been able to get any answers. And then in October, I received an offer from a real estate agency called ISG World. They asked me to sign an NDA agreement. I found that very unusual because why would you be asked to sign an NDA agreement in order to get an offer to sell your property? And I've been out for now 8 months at the time. I started researching the real estate company. It turned out, I was very surprised to find out that our mayor, Suarez, is sitting on that board. And it appears to us, because we haven't been able to get any answers, the management of the building and also the manager are working out of the building. They're throwing parties. It was on the news while we are not allowed to move back. So it appears to us that the city agencies are being weaponized and they are not allowing us to exercise our property rights. My mom and I left communism, suffered enormous losses while we left communism in order to have property rights in the United States.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I just ask, what item was it again that you were speaking of? What is it?
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Kovalov, 2301 Laguna Circle. I would like to oppose Resolution 19 that is going to cancel renovation of the Biscayne Park. I came to this country several months ago with my wife and my daughter, and our first destination was Miami. My daughter is 4 years old. We were worried about how our daughter will deal with this big move. But when we first came here, my daughter asked me, "Daddy, what is this place?" And I said, "This is heaven." We lived in a lot of cities and countries before. There is not so many cities in the world that are growing and developing with such a pace. Most people thinking about Miami as a touristic place, but everybody see how it's growing and evolving. And it's not only a city for the tourists, but also a city for the citizens. Sport facility at Biscayne Park is a great opportunity to make our city better, specifically for our kids. And my daughter is definitely one of them. I clearly do not understand how somebody can be against building of the athletic park, which will actually do not cost a penny to the city. You have a power in your hands to make a huge favor for the citizens by supporting a beautiful state-of-the-art park. Also, we should be very thankful to the Central family who took leadership to care about this project on their own cost. I think that everybody win having a nice and organized sport facility for the benefits of the community and our citizens. Let's make Miami the best place on the earth together. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Berlowitz, and I'm an attorney. I represent Ms. Alexander, who just spoke, and others concerned unit owners at the Huntington Building, which, as you all may know, is an historic building. It's a century-old building. It's been there forever in downtown Miami. I'm based right across the street on Flagler Street. The concern is this, in addition to what Ms. Alexander stated. We've initiated litigation, and there'll be more litigation to come with respect to the building manager, the property manager, the board of directors, the homeowners association. We believe to be in collusion together with city officials who are seeking to devalue the building, maintain the building unsafe improperly in order to pave the way for a developer to come in and purchase units on the cheap. We've seen this in other matters. I've been involved in litigation with other matters in Miami Beach with older buildings. Unfortunately, I heard somebody earlier talk about the tragedy at Champlain Towers. What we're seeing is a cottage industry of developers come in and seek to buy buildings and keep buildings in a depraved state so they can buy the units for cheap and make millions of dollars in profits. Our concern is that ISG World, in which Mayor Suarez sits on the advisory board, is involved in terms of issuing NDAs to some unit owners, and other unit owners aren't aware, but the broad scope of the concern is grave. We urge that the Commission take a look at this. We are going to initiate litigation. We are going to ask other governmental entities that have jurisdiction to review this, but we urge the board to look at this closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lori Farrell. I live at 1425 Brickell Avenue, District 2. Congratulations on your election results. You're in a very important district. Each district is important. I'll be real quick on the facts. I'm here today to address Planning and Zoning 2 and 3. I served as president of the board of the Perez Art Museum, the Miami Art Museum, and was involved as far back as Center for Fine Arts. I was appointed by the City of Miami mayor at the time, Manny Diaz, to the City of Miami Task Force for the master planning selection for Bicentennial Park. I went to Mayor Carollo, the Honorable Mayor Carollo at the time. We evaluated 19 sites to get this multi-generational site. I met with Mayor Suarez's father. Javier Suarez was mayor. So I've been through a lot of mayors, Mayor Diaz, Mayor Carollo, Mayor Suarez, and I stand here today to stress the importance of keeping the Cooper-Robertson plan, not changing it. I commend the man who spoke earlier. This was a community-wide charrette with thousands of citizens in the city of Miami, a joint effort between the county and city government to plan the museum footprint to enable 16 acres of green space on the site. Cooper-Robertson is a world-renowned master planner. It was a process through the City of Miami Task Force. It would be a great betrayal to the citizens of Miami who came to these charrettes. Thousands of people came to share a multi-generational desire to have a beautiful park. We looked at Central Park, Millennium Park in Chicago, museums anchor parks. That was basically the bullet points of this site selection, which took 7 years.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Layla Setner, residing at 3050 Biscayne. I'm an opponent of RE19, the Biscayne Park. Unfortunately, politics have become a nasty battle, and sometimes innocent people are caught in the crossfire of people's ill intentions. I want to reiterate that we started this process over 4 years ago with Commissioner Ken Russell, who spent years leading this project. Former Commissioner Ken Russell saw this beautiful vision of us leading the way for many other philanthropists to step up and give back to our amazing city. He was a wonderful supporter of our project and not once referenced by our corrupt media. This park could be a model that helps beautify our city with other successful, committed, wealthy Miami residents stepping up to help make our city a more beautiful place. We have spent a tremendous amount of time and money getting the park ready for proper permits so we can start building. If you cancel all the hard work that has been done, other philanthropists like us will never ever trust the city again. This will be a grave loss to the city. Biscayne Park was voted unanimously because our commissioners all saw the benefits and were very wise in their decision making. It was not easy to do, and they really dissected every single thing about this initiative. To now overturn it is to say that all 5 commissioners and all their professional staff did not do their due diligence over 4 years, and that is just wrong and a false accusation of our hardworking commissioners who did all the work to try and make this world a better place. Thank you all for all your support, and I want to add one thing. The corrupt media is outside this door right now, Miami Herald, and they are trying to coerce our people to say that they have been bribed to be here, and that is absolutely untrue and continues to be part of their corrupt practices to make good people look bad. I wish that you would escort them to leave because they do not, their presence is not warranted here. And I ask that you kindly reject RE19. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for listening to us. My name is Lizeth Garcia. My address is 3 Island Avenue, Miami Beach. It's not a coincidence that today we all acknowledge a beautiful group of boys. This is a live testament of what a good sports facility can do and how important it is for our future generations. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude to support the incredible vision of Layla and David. Two remarkable individuals who envision the creation of an indoor climate control park for our community, for our children, and for all of us. Imagine an extremely hot summer day or a torrential pour down, and we don't have outdoor options to go. So thanks to this park, our little ones can have and can enjoy a space. They can play, and they can thrive, and they can make memories with their parents or their friends. This climate control park is not just a convenience, it's a sanctuary for families. This indoor park will not only benefit our children, it will serve as a communal space. It will be a shelter when we're in danger. And it will foster connections among families and friends. This is a testament of their generosity and the commitment to creating a vibrant and connected community. This indoor park is not just a solution, it's an investment for their future, and the community will be eternally grateful to all of you if you approve this project. Let's put the citizens first and our children first, and please approve these. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Hills, 501 Northwest 31st Street. I am the son of a 28-year United States of America Air Force veteran. I am very proud of his service, and I am grateful for your service. Currently, I am in favor of greenlighting Biscayne Park. Biscayne Park right now is a safe haven for homeless people. It's a safe haven for those who want to use drugs without consequence and not to be bothered by law enforcement. I know this as a fact because I have no less than 2 or 3 employees every morning going out to that park and removing the drug paraphernalia from that park. So therefore, I implore you to greenlight the construction of the climate-controlled multi-sports complex at Biscayne Park. A visionary project that transcends traditional park amenities, this complex is being generously donated to the city. It goes beyond profit motives, stands as a testament to the centener's commitment to the community and its welfare. Imagine a space where our residents can, irrespective of age, can engage in various sports around the year, shielded from the weather conditions. This facility isn't just about recreation. It's an investment in the physical and mental well-being of our community. By providing a climate-controlled haven, it will encourage year-round physical activity, promoting a healthier and more active lifestyle. This complex, designed to accommodate a range of sports, will serve as a unifying force within our community to not only address the need for recreational spaces, but also position our city as a forward-thinking hub that values health, happiness of its residents. Crucially, this multi-sport complex will also provide a safe haven for our children, offering them a safe gathering space and keeping them off the streets. By channeling their energy into positive activities, we can cultivate a sense of community, reduce potential risks, and install a foundation for their personal growth. So let us seize this opportunity to create a state-of-the-art facility, enhancing our city's appeal while fostering a healthier, more connected community. Your approval of this project will contribute to the legacy that prioritizes our citizens' well-being and ensures a brighter, more active future for our city. Thank you guys once again for hearing me.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner, Commissioners, Chairwoman. My name is David Kassir. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. We moved our family here in 2014. I'm a father of 3 boys, and living in Miami has always been a dream come true. It's always been known as a vibrant city, but more known for its beautiful beaches, lovely nightlife, and diverse culture. And now it's making waves in the world of potentially athletics with the development of a state-of-the-art climate-controlled facility in Biscayne Park. This cutting-edge facility is not just another building. It's a symbol of progress, innovation for the city and its people. With its advanced technology, top-notch amenities, this facility will attract kids aspiring to become athletes from potentially all over the world, putting Miami on the map as a leader in sports. But it's more than just an impressive structure. This facility represents a new era of possibilities. From amateur athletes to seasoned professionals, this facility will provide a perfect environment for achieving peak performance. No more struggling with unpredictable weather conditions and uncomfortable training spaces. With this facility, aspiring athletes can focus solely on their craft without any distractions. But let's not forget about the residents of Miami. This is a state-of-the-art facility which will be open to the public, providing access to training equipment, programs previously only available for professional athletes. Imagine being able to work alongside some of your favorite sports icons and seeing local talent thrive in a competitive environment. However, what truly sets this place apart really is the impact on the community. As more people flock to Miami for potentially training and competitions, local businesses will see an increase in tourists and revenue. This means more job opportunities for residents, boosts to the city economy. But above all else, this development showcases Miami as a forward-thinking city that really invests in its future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Zach Cosner. I reside at 7180 Southwest 114th Terrace. I'm representing Friends of Biscayne Bay. Now, today we've heard a lot of people, a lot of your constituents mention their desire for a safe place to recreate with their children. We've also heard a lot of people express their admiration for the beauty of Miami that brought them here in the first place. I'd urge you to extend that understanding of your constituents' desires for safety in the places they recreate towards the beautiful, critical resource of Biscayne Bay. I have so much appreciation for the Marine patrols, the police officers that patrol Biscayne Bay and the areas within the city of Miami on the water where we're, need that enforcement, but there's a lot of support that they need and a lot of support that they can get from you. They are overburdened. They need more clarity in the laws out there. There's still an epidemic of speeding, illegal fishing, illegal dumping, you name it. It's destroying rookeries. It's making the bay less safe to recreate upon. And we need to give these officers more support and more clarity. We can achieve greater clarity by making certain slow wake zones year-round. Why not? Just this last week, we have multiple members of ours catch footage of illegal fishing right next to posted signage, pictures of huge boats speeding right next to kayakers, extremely dangerous. We can make things more simple by establishing no motorized vehicle zones. Things like that, more support, more clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Pamela Tavares. I want to say good morning to the city of Miami and to address this to Commissioner Gabella and to every other leader, woman or man that finds itself in this room watching right now. And the question that I have for you is, what kind of leader do you want to be? And what is the legacy that you want to leave for the rest of the generations to come? We are in a world where technology is overwhelming our lives and it is invading our space every second of our day. And what we need to foster in our kids is relationship and is human connection. And this space that the center are provides that. A space for us to entertain ourselves with sports, with healthy competition, with challenges, with connection with our body and connection with other people. And not only this should be allowed, but this should be the first part for more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman, fellow commissioners. My name is Peter Boutan. My address is 8000 West Drive, North Bay Village, Florida. I have an office in Midtown, and my daughter goes to school near my office in Midtown and where the Biscayne Park is. I'm speaking in opposition to RE19. I think we've heard a significant volume today about the quality of the park and the intention of the park. I would like to speak to the intention and results of decisions we make in our goals to improve our city, improve our community, our environment, and overall humanity. Just a little background, I'm an Iraq combat war veteran. I spent several years over there, and we all know that very, very often we hear things on the news that don't really reflect the truth in reality. And oftentimes over there, I watch the news and I'm like, where are they getting this from? That's not what's happening over here. And results similar to, we had a program called Commander's Emergency Relief Funds that were mapped to improve communities, improve construction, roads and bridges, and very often the results weren't met. And I would say results have to do with radius to the actual activity. And here, we have a greater close proximity to the radius of activity than we ever would in another country. And I would ask you to appeal to the compassion and empathy in your hearts, that you look at the intention and the results of what centers have already done and created, and the intention and results that are probably going to come from this park for generations to come, that should, I hope, give you pause to reconsider your decision. We heard the pain in the Vice Chairman Carollo's voice as a result of the press and what they can do to an individual in their life. And we know that the press doesn't represent the people, you represent the people. So I hope during your time here and during your time in office that you can consider this for the benefit of humanity and benefit our potential in Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Clary. I live at 1750 North Bayshore Drive. I live in Edgewater, 3 blocks from where this park is going to be built. My daughters and I benefit directly, not only from the park, but also from the generosity and the unmeasured giving of the centers. My daughters have experienced programs that they had dreamed about. Okay, my daughter wanted to do speech and debate. They created that for them. They wanted to learn about business. My 11-year-old is now on her 3rd business because of a program that they created. What they can't do is control the weather. And I know in the last 3 years that we've gotten rained out of so many events that took months to plan. The kids were devastated. The parents were devastated. The centers rescheduled it all at a later date. They cannot control the weather. And that's the one thing. People have spoken so much about the heat. We have also what my kids call Flood Fridays. But they happen on Tuesdays, they happen on Sundays. We don't know when they're going to happen. But we live 3 blocks from the school. We don't walk to school for weather-related, but also because sometimes we don't feel so safe. I'm a single mom. I am sometimes don't even look fully grown, right? And I have to protect 2 little girls. This would change the lives of not only my children, my family, but children all over the neighborhood. You know, the park, the Margaret Pace Park, a couple people mentioned, it's packed. There are 2 dog parks, right? But people get mad at my kids for rollerblading because they're in the way, you know? This is a place that is for our kids. I grew up in Miami. I lived here 32 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nancy Mendez. I reside at 888 Biscayne Boulevard, and I've had the pleasure to interact with each of the commissioners here today, and I'm here to speak on behalf of PZ3 and the importance of adhering to the master plan. I believe we had a representative from PAM earlier. Growing up in New York City and being of European descent, every great city has a green space and a beautiful park to attract and to provide not only a benefit to the environment, but to the community itself. There's been tremendous improvement made in assuring safety of the residents. We've had a shooting. We also had a lot of homelessness in the area in the park, and I would find hypodermic needles. So I want to thank the work that has been done, but also to be very mindful of what the plans for this park will be and the impact that will have to retain that natural beauty and provide the respite we all need in a large city. So I ask that you take that into consideration and to also have the residents be very involved in making decisions if there are changes and to vote on those, and possibly have Commissioner Pardo overseeing the park in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Luis De Rosa. I'm with the, I represent the Puerto Rican Chamber of Commerce, and I do value parks and their services to the community. I volunteer at Roberto Clemente Park, who, as you know, and I thank you for your support. And that park was named after the late great mayor for us as Puerto Ricans, Maurice Ferrer, in 1974. But I'm here on another occasion to ask that the City Commission and the City Administration continue to support the MLK Wheels to Work program. I have seen firsthand the value of this program, how it's helped working people, women, men on fixed incomes, unable to afford transportation to get around to provide for their family. So I ask you to please continue supporting this program. It's a great program. I know I have sponsored a number of individuals, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and the like, and Cubans also. And I can tell you it is a value to the community because it helps people with a hand up, not a hand down, as they say in Washington. So thank you, and God bless you, and continue your good work, and congratulations to the new commissioners as well.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Eric Hayes. I live at 888 Biscayne Boulevard in Marina Blue, and I'm here to speak about the PZ3, the warrant for the gym that was built. Commissioner Corroya, I think he did a bang-up job with the dog and cats walkway. Beautiful. It's used every day. I'm in the park every day with my fiance and my dog, and we love it. I think the gym, maybe was not as thought out as maybe the dog and park walkway. I think to be able to create a really good park that's inclusive for everybody. And I'm a school teacher. I'm definitely not an elitist. I'm definitely not somebody who's here from New York to speak my ways, right? I'm a elementary school teacher. So what I'd like to say is that if you're going to be doing a park or designing a park, inclusiveness of the community is important. And maybe somebody dropped the ball on that in the last few years. We'd love to be a part of your planning. Well, I think Park Designing 101 would be understanding the market and the community. I think the gym maybe was a miss, but everything else that's been going on has been very productive and positive. So, I'm here to support our residents in downtown, and I'm here to support the community. We have a lot of kids that could use a playground, that live in the buildings where they have nowhere to play. All of our buildings have gyms already. So it would be good for public, I guess, but for us and for the people that live directly in the community, we were kind of kept out of the decision-making process. And I know that emails were sent. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Andreas Schreiner, and I currently reside at 1800 Purdy Avenue in Miami Beach. I'm a proud resident of Miami since 1997, a graduate of FIU, and a local hospitality entrepreneur and restaurateur. I developed several restaurant and hospitality projects over the last 14 years in Miami. But here today, supporting the Biscayne project, Biscayne Park project, as a concerned father of two little girls who are growing up in a digital era that's really destroying our children. I find it so hard to find safe places for my children to teach them sports and exercise, especially during the inclement weather, the summer and the weekends. I grew up in Puerto Rico, where we spend most of our time playing outdoors, but mainly in dilapidated, very unsafe parks or on the beach, and most of the time, afraid of being robbed or worse. The thought of having something like this was not even a dream for me growing up. And the fact that it can be a reality for my children, I think, is every parent's dream. The fact that something like this is trying to be, shut down is unfathomable. This is a no-brainer for us. Not a single taxpayer dollar has to be placed into play in this. It's completely funded, and the benefits will be immeasurable for our community. I know David and De La Center personally, and I can vouch not only for their character, but for their integrity. Let's please do the right thing and move this project forward for our children and for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Nancy Lee. I reside in Coconut Grove. My pet peeve is not answering your phones, commissioners. And on Thursday at 2 o'clock last week, I called all of your offices, and Commissioner Reyes doesn't even have a phone number. The only commissioner who answered his phone, but not him, but his staff, was Joe Carollo. And I want to thank you for having people answer the phone, which is important to all of us constituents. Some of you don't even have machines. Mr. Pardo, Commissioner Pardo does have a machine. But I do want to thank you for answering your phone. I'm here today to ask you to terminate the city attorney. The city attorney has cost us a lot of money. She has also lost the public trust. So I'm asking you to please terminate the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
By the way, can I just say one thing? Ma'am, I'm going to fix my phone. I promise.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nicola Adamkova. I live on 6445 Biscayne Boulevard. And I have moved here from after living in Tokyo and Sydney. Miami is the choice town for us and my son. I'm a single mother. And to say the least, I do not feel safe walking around with him by myself to public parks. We often find needles lying around, very, very disappointing state of the children's parks. The opportunity, I think, that, the Center family is giving to our children here is amazing, to keep them away from the streets, to give them the sports life that we want, regardless of the weather. It is so hot here. We pass out when we have to do some sports activities. My son is an elite athlete. He's only 9 years old, but he's, very athletic. So to me personally, this is a big deal, and I'm here to support the cause if you would reconsider your position on this. Also, I think the centers have a proven track record of moving fast on things. So my 9-year-old could actually use that facility. He's not going to be 20 years old by the time this project is finished. As a mother and as somebody that, moved here from Eastern Europe, Sydney, Tokyo, all of these places have facilities like that. Up in Greenwich, Connecticut, in New York, all of these multiplex, sportsplex, places are available to children. Why not here? We've seen, a beautiful group of young boys. Thank you. Oh,
There's two buzzers. You have 30 seconds, 25 seconds
but
left.
we've also heard, stories of sex trafficking and the dangers that this city is known for. And I am afraid to go to a park with my child early in the morning or in the afternoon to even walk my dog, that we are not going to be safe here. And that place would just provide that for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner and Chairwoman and all the commissioners and Miami-Dade and City of Miami residents. My name is Susanna Baker, and I'm here to talk about the Wheels to Work program. I came in 1988 from New York City to begin a new chapter in my life. I ended up in doing tourism, and in 2008, I was caught up with the economic challenges and foreclosure and so on. They say necessity is the mother of invention, and I started the first tour into Miami with the Wynwood Art Tour and as well as Design District. In 2008, 2009 I started that, and in 2015, the only city in the country and in the world got Zika virus. Once again, I was faced with economic challenges as a single mom, losing almost everything again. I then decided to do something called the Wynwood Map, because I remember everybody would follow me around as I was talking about the cultural iconic murals or the places like in Design District. So quickly I designed a map, but I had to do transportation with the map to deliver it. I had no car. It was already, taken in 2009. So it was really hard as a single mom to be able to do a business and to start my American dream. If it wasn't for the Wheels to Work program that gave me, and luckily I was able to have a car by this program through the commission and the program back in 2016. So a year after Zika virus and the year that I created the Wynwood Map with the challenges of how to distribute and how to put food in my table, luckily I was able to get a Nissan, brand new, and even get Progressive insurance that would never even take me in a million years. So I thank you, and I hope that the program continues, because my success story starts from that.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Inga Backman. I live at 655 Northeast 50th Terrace, Miami. I'm here to discuss significance of Biscayne Park. A free indoor sport park offers numerous benefits to the community. It provides accessible and free recreational opportunities for people of all ages, promoting physical health and well-being. Additionally, it serves as a gathering place for individuals to connect in social cohesion and sense of community. It offers safe environment for youth to engage in positive activities and sports in all weather. Biscayne Parks is a climate control environment and ensure year-round usability. The indoor park can also be used as a hurricane shelter for the public, and we all know that this is very important when we have emergency, and very often we have hurricanes. Currently, the park is unutilized. It would be greatly beneficial if the city could accept the donation for this project so everyone can enjoy. And I want to say something that I'm a mother for 2 kids, and for sports, my son is a soccer player, and for sports, every weekend we have to drive to sometimes to Doral, sometimes to Kendall for games. And sometimes it's 30, 40 minutes. When we get there, it's rain, the game cancels, everybody needs to go back. And the kids are so upset. So this is a great opportunity, and it's a great donation that can serve everybody. The school parents, the other neighbors that live in the area, and people that also can drive 50 and even 20 minutes to enjoy this amazing place. So please reconsider. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Pamela Enda, and I am in District 5. I am here to speak on the MLK Wheels to Work program. I am a recipient. I was a recipient back in 2017. I had to walk pretty much 2 miles and take 2 buses to get to work in Margate, living on 79th Street. And I was fortunate enough to receive a call that I was going to be a recipient of something of what I didn't know until Martin Luther King Day. I was invited to breakfast, and upon us having discussions on, what's going on in our area and the parade, at that time, Commissioner Hardiman invited me outside, and I was presented with a brand new car, 14 miles. The only catch to that was to donate 8 hours of my time monthly for a year and pay $125 towards that car. Now, let me ask each and every one of you in here, as a single mother with 3 children, how many of us can ever ask for something better? And so just to let you know, that is still my primary car today. You can go outside and I can show you my car. And I'm so thankful for this program because I now work for the Broward schools. And when I'm going into work, I see children walking into the schools and in the rain or in the heat, and I will stop and pick these children up with this car that MLAK Work for Wheels program provided me. So it wasn't only beneficial to my family, but it also extended into my work family. I want to thank each and every one of you. Commissioner, I also want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this program, and I support it 100%, and I ask that each and every one of you on this panel, please continue to support this program. I thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Erica Pekoski. My address is 3175 Elizabeth Street here in Coconut Grove. I'd like to address the resolution to cancel the construction of a beautiful new rec center in Biscayne Park. I think that would be a missed opportunity. I'm a mother and professionally spent years transforming cultural capital into museum and community projects internationally. So my point of view is as a beneficiary and parent, and also as a former urban strategist. Flourishing cities intentionally have a constellation of spaces that contribute to the livability of a city, promoting well-being, mental and physical health, encouraging social skills development and cohesion, and fostering a sense of belonging. We know we need to make an effort to extend opportunities for all of this and for all ages across homes, neighborhoods, and wider urban system. This site is a derelict stretch of green space that is being squandered. It is undesirable to a developer. Public-private partnerships in this city are common and enhancing, but importantly, this opportunity would come at no cost to the user. It is the best case scenario for those of us who need this kind of place to be the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to me. Oh, is this better? Okay, a little short. I'm here about the Morningside Rookery. Actually, it's Mangrove Island, and there is a rookery on it. Specifically, we want funding from CA1. I just wanted to, we have some new content on this. Okay. I apologize, I'm not seeing my video. We found last weekend that there are chicks on the island. I have a video that I will be emailing to you that actually has the sounds of the birds. You can actually hear them. We believe they're brown pelicans. There are magnificent frigate birds, as you can see here in this, in this slide. And those are birds that are extremely rare. They only nest in the dry tortugas and apparently this rookery. What we are asking for is enforcement. Last weekend I was out and at the park, and I saw a school of dolphin, several manatees, turtles, all sorts of seabirds, and many, many fish. I did also see an FWC patrol, so that was great. But they need help. That's not. We need enforcement. Maybe some patrols on jet skis. I'm not really sure what the solutions are, but we need help. We also need help with the pollution and fishing. There's a great problem with fishing. Oh, here we are. You can't hear it. Oh, that's a shame. This doesn't have volume. I'm going to have to email this to you. We saw a boat right next to the rookery last weekend that had about 5 different people on board with fishing poles. Everybody had a fishing pole. After they were done, they just dumped everything in the water. I'm not sure what they threw in there. I did witness this. And we have birds that are dying. You guys know this. We've had like 6 birds that have died in the last 3 months, which is alarming. This slide is even more alarming. This is a speeding boat that almost hit a kayak. And this has happened multiple times.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melina Tofalo. I live in 10 Southwest South River Drive. I'm nervous. Thank you for this opportunity. I've never been in a place like this. Can you hear me? I didn't prepare any speech. I will talk from my heart because in God we trust. And I'm here to support, of course, Leila and David Sanner. They are like my family here. I'm a single mom. I have two beautiful girls. And they gave me a scholarship, a big scholarship. And as my friends too, there are so many people in the school with the scholarship because they are very generous. I hope you understand me. And of course, my girls play tennis for the last 10 years, so I'm the one taking them. And always because of the weather, mosquitoes, heat, and everything is kind of terrible. But they are great, and now they are at the team, at the, ¿cómo se dice? From the school. And they will be 10 times better, 100 times better if they can play in a place, and also me, myself, because I'm the one that's taking them, and we can be more refreshed, and we have people that they are helping us with this, that when I saw it, I said, this is not even real, because did you see somebody can pull and everybody can see that? Because I think it's amazing what they are doing. And I hope you will allow it to the city for the community to have this. I hope, because I say 10 years I take in my girls, and this will be amazing for everybody. And thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair. Ma'am, can I have your name again for the record? My apologies.
Tu
Ma'am?
nombre, señora, tu nombre.
Melina Tofalo.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, Silvio Pupo, 1291 Northwest 37th Street. Chairwoman King, Commissioner Gabella, Commissioner Pardo, Arroyo. Thank you. First, thank you so much for having me at Constituent Tuesdays and working with us side by side to not just bark up the right tree, but help us make sure that we bark up the right birds and learn more about how we can really solve some of our local challenges. Talking about the challenges, there's many agenda items today. There's 99 pages in the docket. So I'm going to be talking about and addressing different points. One of them is just acknowledging the support and the thanks for what we've been able to advance in terms of thinking of solutions for the rookery and protecting the bay. The second thing is in regards to some of the parks, which we've seen a huge turnout, which I'm very excited about in regards to the parks. And I want to work more with the Parks Department, and we're exploring other ways to also support Marine Patrol and the Police Department. And in regards to parks and our public right-of-ways and the swales, we're actually out of compliance. We're out of compliance with the UN goals. We're out of compliance with executive orders from the White House. We're out of compliance with the county saying that we need to plant some, native plants in different rights of ways. And I think that it would be my goal to help us build a smart, sustainable city. I'd like to ask for your support to help me help the city. And a big way to do this is not just Silvio, but an army of citizen scientists that want to contribute. 1,000 eyes is going to be a lot easier than 100 eyes. And 1,000 hands or 10,000 hands would be much easier than the limited resources of the staffs that we have. In order to do this, I think we could also work with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, which we're in the middle of collaborating with and unlocking grants to help us plant more trees and create more parks, not just with the schools, but then training these students to maybe help us go into the parks to help us meet the shortcomings and address tree equity and address urban heat and a lot of these health issues. I also ask you to consider my appointment to the Resilience Committee by Gabella, and I want to thank you so much again. Now, thanks again for your support, and if anybody's interested in collaborating, I'd love to be in touch.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having us. My name is Katarina Burnaby. I live at 1713 Southwest 103 Place, Miami, Florida, 33165. I am a retired teacher of 42 years. I taught students with special needs. I am a mother and a grandmother. I am here to speak on behalf of the rookeries, of the bird rookeries of Biscayne Bay. My heart warmed with my species, the human race, with the mothers and fathers who are concerned, who want a safe place to raise our babies, our children. I am with you. Now be with me that the birds want a safe place for their babies. They are endangered. We all know and can't deny there's global warming. And we have 5 years left to do something. And if all these seeds were taken in by dolphins, bats, birds, whales, manatees, and they could speak, line up and speak for themselves. They can't be here, but they are species of this planet. And it is a sign, if the birds are there, our planet is still livable. And if 100 years from now, my grandchildren, great-grandchildren, your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren have a planet that is ruined by greed, because that's what's ruining the planet. Greed. If it's ruined, and they know that we knew that their planet would be like that, what will they say about us? What have we done?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Do I have permission to put up some pictures? I hope you'll reset my timer for that. No, I'm just kidding. My name is Valerie Sloan. I am a resident of Miami Beach. The pictures I did put up are renderings of the Biscayne Park before and after what the centers are proposing. I do not feel it necessary to repeat all of the benefits that Biscayne Park will bring to the community. I feel like that was really well represented today. I do find it necessary to remind you all of the generosity of David and Layla Sentner to provide this facility to the city of Miami and to its residents. I do find it a privilege to be able to speak today and attest to their genuinity and wholehearted intentions, and to support Biscayne Park, of course. As a mother of 2 small children, in today's world, I feel I'm always hiding from kidnappers and sex traffickers, homelessness, drug users, scorching temperatures, raining days, as well as screen time. A facility like this will give us a safe place to allow our kids to be kids, to engage in athletic activities. It's so necessary for emotional and physical well-being, especially today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. King. Good morning, Mr. Gabella and Mr. Prado. I don't respect anybody else on this board. Frank Michelle, the city of Miami has falsely arrested me on 3 occasions. I've never been convicted of anything. Every time I run for office, they find a way to falsely arrest me and discredit me and defame me, like it did a couple months ago. Never been convicted because all the charges were lies. Because they don't want me on this panel because I would expose all the fraud, lies, abuse of power that these idiots do. 4 years ago, I was recruited by the FBI, and they gave me this recording device. And they told me, record everything on Carollo, on the La Portilla, and on the punk Francisci, who has spent, between you and Francisci, has spent over $25 million of our taxpayers' money, embezzlement, to protect Joe from all the lawsuits. And Francisci, so he can travel the world to make himself presidential, to run for president, that idiot that I've known since he was 8 years old. I know that he was institutionalized in a mental hospital because he was wacko, he still is. And why do we have to pay for this? Now, I'm suing everybody. Vicky, I'm running three bar complaints against you. And I'm not going to stop until you disbarred. Same with Mr. Noriega. All right, don't you have a business with La Portilla, a company? Okay, but you are friends, right? You are friends, right?
Thank you.
You are friends, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're a liar and a thief too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
City Manager, Mr. City Manager, and for all of my colleagues on the dais, we do not have to attend every party that we're invited to. I understand. We do not. Good morning.
That's correct, Madam Chair, but
You're gonna get- you're
point of order.
you're gonna
point of
have
order.
your-
I'm not going to talk on
Okay.
anything he said. I just want to establish a point of order. It's going to be the new trend of the chair and this body to, first of all, allow anybody to come and speak out on anything that's not in the agenda.
Well,
We have always had the policy that people
yes,
come
we do.
to speak and what's the agenda. If they want to speak on something else that's not in the agenda, they could go through the proper channels and get time to come in and address this body.
Sir, we're in the United States of America. We're in the United States of America. Last time I checked. And citizens, and on that one,
Sergeant at Arms,
I don't agree.
Commissioner Gabella, please.
He might
As
be
I
not
was-
talking the truth
Commissioner
or anything
Gabella-
else, but this is
Commissioner
not
Gabella,
correct.
please.
Okay.
One.
Well, I can speak. He's
Yes,
speaking. I have the right to
I'm
speak.
stopping him from speaking as well. And you don't have to overspeak me.
Madam Chair, we have this conversation.
Commissioner Gabella,
I'm not
Commissioner
overspeaking.
Gabella.
This is my tone of voice. I can't help myself,
I
ma'am.
understand.
I'm not disrespecting you.
I
Please.
understand. I understand. Commissioner Carollo, please let me make my statement. You will have an opportunity to address after public comment. You will. And let me say why I allowed him to speak. Because I'm sure he was speaking on the item for our city attorney. I'm sure he was speaking on what the manager said. Someone, anyone, because he didn't call it out, and it's easier to allow him to say his 2 minutes than to go back and forth and deny anyone their First Amendment right to speak. And let me say this also, sticks and stones. Sticks and stones. If someone got up here and said something about me, oh, Commissioner King, you're purple, I will not be offended because I'm not purple. I don't take this stuff that anyone says personal. I do not get any validation from any media article that writes anything good about me or anything bad about me because I'm a public servant and I serve my community. I know everyone doesn't feel the same way I feel, and that's why you're going to be able to say what you have to say, and that's why you can say whatever you have to say. I do not try to stifle anyone. That's it. He has a right to say whatever he wants to say because there are several items on this agenda that addressed whatever he said. Do I agree with him? Do I agree with everyone that comes up and speak? I'm just allowing the community to speak, and I'm not trying to take a side with anybody. I'm not trying to give anybody any special rights. I know people can be hurtful and say awful things.
Chair.
He would just come, next time he'll be more prepared to say, oh, I'm speaking on this item, this item, and this item.
Chair, I had the floor when I was interrupted. This is the second meeting that this has happened, and I'm trying to keep decorum, even though I know that if I try to ask for the floor back, I'm immediately going to get the yellow press saying Carollo is arguing. It's all his fault.
I'm going to do a better job of letting
now,
all of you be heard. I'm going to do a better job
Yeah, but
of that.
I do not want to be interrupted and shut down like is happening, only because I'm trying to keep decorum here. If this is a free-for-all, I know how to play that also. But I'm not going to be Tony Soprano down. I am not going to allow that to happen anymore. So I'm letting you know, either we deal with decorum, or if it's a free-for-all, then we deal with a free-for-all. But I don't interrupt people when they're speaking up here. And I only ask for that same respect that I give others when they're speaking to be given to me, whether we agree or not.
Thank you. I won't interrupt anymore. To any of you, good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner King, may I have 1 minute to provide some factual information to this body about the discussion of forum?
Within your 2 minutes. Within your
I'll
2
skip
minutes.
it then. Thank you. My name is Grant Stern. I reside at 425 Northeast 22nd Street. I'm here today to ask this commission to vote yes on the item that would strike down Biscayne Park as a multi-decade resident of the neighborhood, and I'll tell you why. Also, I'm here to ask the commission not to renew the contract of the city attorney and to vote yes on the termination of the city attorney. Let's start with the real reason that almost all of us are here today. It is public corruption. The people in the green shirts, appropriately green, because green is what makes the decisions in this city, are here to support an act of so-called philanthropy. Miami has a False Claims Act, and giving money to a park across the street from your private venture, philanthropy stretches the boundaries of the word to the breaking point. I live very close to Margaret Pace Park, which has not seen a dime of investment in the last decade, or really for the last 20 years it's been there. Okay, so the new Margaret Pace Park, 20 years old. Dorsey Park is in Overtown. It is less than 1,000 feet from the Centeners Academy, but I do not see them here trying to do that. They do not want to fix Dorsey Park. They want Biscayne Park. Biscayne Park was designated by our past commissioner for an affordable housing swap with the Miami-Dade School Board, which would alleviate a traffic problem that we all experience on 15th Street, and give the school board space to have their school in a school district. So here we are with a group of people asking to uphold the literal fruit of the poison tree, bribery. And as to the city commissioner, I can just tell you this. I have seen her do very similar things, whether it's hiring lobbyists to the city without disclosing it, or bullying city officials into giving out illegal approvals and then lying when she is caught. So I think that this city needs to consider corruption and consider that its first priority, fighting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Lee, and I live with my wife and my son at 13 Northwest 44th Street within the city of Miami. I come to speak about the proposed park, the proposed change at Biscayne Park. I've been a resident of Miami for over 20 years in downtown area, and I've seen the great work that this city has done. We're very thankful for everything you do. There might be different opinions, but in essence, our life is better every single day thanks to all the hard work that you guys do. As a resident, I believe that I and my neighbors would greatly benefit from this park, basically because it would be an indoor climate-controlled facility. And that means a lot to a city that is right on the beach and suffers all the climate things that we suffer. I do not believe the city or county offers a similar space anywhere else, and I believe that the quality of our lives could be greatly impacted by this. Neighborhoods such as Biscayne Corridor and Edgewater need much more public space. We have parks, obviously the gentleman was speaking about other parks, but we need better parks. We need parks that are modernized, that offer better facilities. There are so many high-rises that have so much space within their communities for the residents, but other people like myself who live in single-family homes many times do not have that public space to enjoy. Such an addition would be very valuable to local residents and would probably become a destination within the city. I thank you for your consideration. I thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Desiderio, 900 Biscayne Bay. I have lived in South Florida practically all my life, in Miami for 18 years, and at 900 Biscayne Bay, directly across from Maurice A. Ferre Park for the last 13 years. I'm here to speak on item PZ3. On November 15th, the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board voted to remove the gym equipment that was placed in the park. They concluded that the warrant was obtained illegally, and there was no public input for this. I believe that due to the fact that this park is located in District 2, Joe Carollo should be removed as chair of that trust, and Damian Pardo should be appointed chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Sorry. My name is Amina McNeil. I'm the president and CEO of the Martin Luther King Economic Development Corporation, and I'm here today to ask for the Commission's support on item number PH5. We are asking for $300,000 so that we could continue the Wheels to Work program. Since the inception of this program in 2016, we have had over 35, I would call them success stories. These are low to moderate income families that either live and work in District 5, and with the opportunities provided by having a new car, they've been able to seek better employment and better job opportunities, some of which you have heard today. We've had participants that have started as hourly workers, and because of having reliable transportation, they've been able to go to the police academy, become a member of law enforcement, and they're now even actively in the process of becoming a property owner in District 5. The reason that we're asking for more money than we have in previous years is because since the program has started, the cost of cars has doubled. When we first started the program, the cars were about $13,000. They're now approximately $25,000. And we also cover insurance for the first year, which will be at least on average, $4,700 a year. So we're asking for this support. This isn't just a handout. Our participants, they attend financial literacy courses, and they also have to do community service. So while we're sowing into them, they are sowing back into the community. So I ask that we have the 4/5 vote necessary, and we continue the program with partnership with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is George Passanelli, and I live at 900 Biscayne Bay, and I'm here to read a letter from the president of our HOA board, Stephen Smith, who's unable to make it today. It's addressed, and it was sent to the City of Miami Mayor and City Commission. It's referencing PZ3, the resolution of the Miami City Commission granting or denying the appeal filed in reference to Maurice Ferré Park. Dear Mayor and City Commissioners, I want to first thank the Planning and Zoning and Appeals Board for their time and attention to reviewing this important matter. Our first PZAB hearing began at 6 p.m. We were seen at 11:30 p.m. and it ended at 1:30 a.m. We were all subsequently granted a continuance for a meeting a few weeks later. The number of citizens in attendance, the amount of time dedicated to debate, and their insightful questions over those two hearings are indicative of how important they took this issue. We can all be proud of these public servants who labored over this issue. Humbly, we ask that you honor their decision and support our community's appeal. There are three primary arguments that we wish you to consider when ruling on this matter. First, if change is necessary and appropriate, are you comfortable delegating the design elements and park planning to untrained and unqualified individuals when those highly paid consultants previously hired to develop the master plan are right here in the Magic City? Second, do you consider input from the residents a necessity and or important when significant transformation of a crown jewel like Maurice Ferré Park is to be considered? Lastly, this jewel on the bay is incredibly special to downtown and District 2. Is it appropriate to radically change its destined DNA when acres of alternative active recreational park space are just a few hundred feet away in Parcel B as designated in the master plan, and the new underdeck, which is far more suitable for pickleball courts, gyms, and anything else the City Commission deems needed?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Denise Galvez Turros. I live in 2130 Southwest 20th Street in District 4, and I have my offices and my business and my heart in Little Havana, D3. I'm here to speak to two items, and because I'm sick of talking about the problems at the city, I'm going to keep it positive. I want to commend Commissioner Manolo Reyes. I know he's watching from his office. Thank you so much for finally listening to me. After 5 years of proposing that we open an office of an inspector general, I'm so happy that he's had the courage to put it on the docket today. I ask you all to please support him. And I only ask for one other thing. In the interim, while we're waiting to establish that office of the IG, please ask the county and sign a memorandum of understanding so that they can provide oversight until that office is established and until it's put on the ballot. That is a huge step for the city. It's something that no other commissioner has ever had the courage to propose, and I know he's doing it because he has your support. Number two, really quickly, please end the experiment with Tower Theater. I've been working to preserve Little Havana for years. It should be in the property of the public. It should be opened up to a public RFP. Why he's asking for more money now when that thing operated itself under Miami-Dade College for over 25 years at no cost to the city? Please end the experiment, take that asset away from him and give it back to the public. Let an organization or a nonprofit bid on it to run it and see what's the best option. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning and Happy New Year, Madam Chairwoman, and to Mr. Carollo, good to see you. Mr. Gabella, congratulations, and Mr. Pardo, congratulations to my friend, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, and to each and every one of you. Let me first of all tell you, for those of you that do not know, I'm Pastor Gaston Smith, pastor of the Friendship Baptist Church in Liberty City, where we've been in the community for 95 years. I've been coming this way 21 years. Let me commend you, first of all, Chairwoman, for implementing prayer before these meetings, because God knows we need prayer. And so thank you so much for that. I'm here in support of PH5. Every one of you that are on the dais today are successful. And you are successful because somewhere down the line, somebody gave you a hand. Or a hand up. Not a handout, but a hand or a hand up. And if we were to be honest and transparent and candid, we would say, yes, somebody helped us along the way. For the last few years, I have witnessed families being blessed, excited about being presented with these wheels to work. These cars have allowed these families, many of them are single parents, to get to work and to get even better employment. It's pocket change in comparison with the budget of the city of Miami, that we could invest in these hardworking people that are spending their money in Uber and Lyft and public transportation, taking hours away from their family, catching 3 and 4 buses to get to work. Some of them are working 2 jobs. To invest in them so that they can become more productive in our community. I've watched it work. I'm not telling you anything out of theory. I'm telling you out of experience. I've watched people become more productive. I've got 2 beeps, so I got to get out of here. I've watched people become more productive, do the right thing, and please support PH5. God bless all of you.
Thank you. That's my pastor. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Many allege the personal failures of elected officials or city officials and call for their removal or replacement. Not I. However, I fear the city is at risk of structural failure. Let me point 3 short examples. Willful blindness. The independent auditor general reports directly to this commission, not the mayor, not the manager. In the 3 years before any of the current commissioners took their seat, the IAG conducted 17 internal audits of the city's departments, 2/3 of their audits. In the past 3 years, the number of internal audits is 0. Internal audits have been replaced by 27 audits of garbage collection contracts. 2, accountability is separated from authority. High-profile city trusts and CRAs are now led by commissioners from districts outside their borders. Trusts and CRAs are best served by the commissioners within those geographic districts. For example, Bayfront Park, Omni areas of District 2 are challenged with the care of homelessness and managements of parks in urban environments along the Bay. Inexplicably, those organizations are led by commissioners outside District 2. 3, failed representation. The federal courts have ruled repeatedly now that the city's system of commission district representation is not legal. Yet this commission and the mayor continue to support the failed system. Madam Chair, we are well past the point of trying to fix a failed system by tinkering around at the edges of it. It's time to admit structural failure is imminent and scrap the city charter, organize a new government worthy of the fine citizens of this city of the future. My name is Mel Meinhardt. I live at 3075 Virginia Street. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mario Alvarez, District 2.
Mario Alvarez, District 2. I'm here just to say that I'm not for the park right now, and the reason is because I'm not confident in our city attorney to go over through the details, which we all know the devil lives in the details of the contracts. And that's the only reason I'm not for the park. I think the park's a good idea. I just think we need somebody else to represent the contracts and all that stuff. Also on PC3, I think it's been mismanaged by Corollo, and I think it's time for him to get off the board. And that's all I have to say. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Figueredo, and I'm a resident of Silver Bluff. I am also the owner of Sandwich de Miami, and I own property in your district, Mrs. King. And I'm here, an interesting turn of events. I wasn't going to speak. I was actually on my way out, but Stephen Mito did something pretty admirable. He apologized, and he apologized for the pain that he had caused our business at the hands of Joe Carollo. And on my way out, I wasn't really going to say much, but you know, that was very big of you, so you're forgiven, brother. That was very admirable. Joe, you once called me a coward on national television, and I'm here in front of you, wearing my shirt. I'm still standing. Karma is cold, and it creeps in the bed at night, and I hope you sleep well knowing what you've done to the community of Little Havana, and someone like me. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Commissioner Pardo. Congratulations, Commissioner Gabella.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman. James Torres, President of the DNA. First and foremost, I'd like to speak on one item that was brought up this morning, the PI 1, as it relates to the murals and the billboards throughout the downtown core once again. As you know, the DNA has been actively on this item because we do not feel that the billboards are adequate in terms of quality of life. The DNA has had extensive conversations with District 2 Commissioner Pardo as it relates to those items. And this kind of fringes on an issue where this particular billboard is at Marie Ferrer Park, based on the longitude and latitudes that are set forth. So we're asking to continue to explore that conversation, and please share with the DNA as to what the outcome may or may not be on that particular item, because as you know, several months ago during the election campaign and prior to that, the DNA was actively going against those items that were brought before. That's item number one that I'd like to address. The next item is PZ3. As you know, we've been on this item for several months. PZ3 is about the warrant issue. We're asking that this commission here today, with the exclusion of District 3, revoke the warrant as it relates to what is going on at Marie Ferrer Park. The reason for that is we do have a hearing that is set before on a PZ item that we have to address sometime here today. I'm sure it'll be this afternoon instead of this morning right now. I'm not 90 years old, so I know I'm short on time. So I appreciate the time and effort in addressing this item, so if we can look forward on these two things. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Felipe Solano. I live in 851 Northeast 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33132. I'm speaking here on behalf of my family, my son, who is part of the Senate Academy, in support of the Biscayne Park. What I am here to tell you is you have to take into account that this park is for the benefit of the kids. It's for the benefit of the community. It's an investment that you all can just put in and see how it grows. I have seen it 2.5 years. My kid has been enrolled in and being part of the Cerner Academy community and school. Me, a doctor, physician, pathologist, my wife who works for UM and Jackson, also physician, pathologist, we are dedicated to human beings our entire life. This is an investment on kids. So don't pass this opportunity. It's in your hands.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. I'm the co-appellate for PZ3. I've got a presentation that's going to be certainly longer than 2 minutes. I want to be respectful of your time, but would you like to hear that now, or should it carry over until the afternoon when that's heard.
You would have an opportunity to present your video during our PZs when
Okay.
that item comes up.
Thank you.
Sir, if I just have your name again for the record, just
Ryan Kern.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. We are Carolina and Guilherme Arashiro. We live in 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue, Miami, Florida. So we are here. I listened to all our friends speaking, and I wanted to speak on another point of view. We are both architects. I graduated from UF 20 years ago almost, and I am a lover of growth of city, of Miami in particular. So I think we are very fortunate to see and participate on the growth of Miami. And I've been working real estate, architecture, development since I graduated, and I think it would be a loss for the city to lose a project like this. I have a 7-year-old. Of course, on the weekends, you're gonna see me playing soccer, see him playing soccer with my son at the Midtown Park, because we really don't have a lot of soccer fields for him. But besides this, it just makes me happy to see all the growth and all the investments in Miami. It's very hard to find investors, developers, philanthropists who are willing to spend that amount of money without having a very, very net profit. And that's what they are looking into doing. I think we cannot pass, Miami cannot afford to lose this project. And I would request that everybody come together to find a way to make this project work. I think it would be amazing not only for the kids, for the city, and to make Miami even greater. I think these projects are the type of projects that make Miami great and put us on another level, national level. Thank you.
my apologies, Chair. Ma'am, if I just have you state your name again for the record, I missed it. My apologies.
My name?
Yes, ma'am.
Carolina Arashiro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Pedro da Silva. I live in Morningside at 570 Northeast 53rd Street. I'm here to speak in favor of the sports complex project. I really hope it doesn't get canceled. Miami is growing. We need more parks. We need more places where our kids can do sports. So I think this project is a step in that direction. And, children are such an important part of our community, and they need your support, and I hope you can support them. So I'm here to hope you vote no on that resolution, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Tiago de Silva. I live in Morningside on 53rd Street, Northeast 770. Okay, so my name is Tiago de Silva. I live in Morningside. That's my dad, Pedro da Silva. I live on 53rd Street, Northeast 570. I'm here to talk about my opinion about the park or the project being made. I myself am a student at Sedner. I'm in 5th grade. I've played on that same park with my soccer coach, and sometimes you have to skip on the rain or wait for the rain to pass, or sometimes it's the rain or the ground is really red, and if you play with it on cleats, you can damage the ground, and we really don't want to do that, so sometimes we skip out and play inside. So the idea that we can have a park being made so you can play indoors, and so we can always play even if it's raining, would be a really good idea, and that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Grand Rising. A couple of things regarding first of all, welcome to 2024, the year of retribution. To those who are here, Cat Williams sends his regards. And regarding the cars, wheels to work, can we somehow bridge that over into the tiny homes for work? I am the token homeless, Luis Marza Betty Garza, the token homeless of Coconut Grove. I've got here, and I would like a lot of you to look at RE19, which seems to be the subject du jour. If you will look at sunbiz.org, please note that it is a foreign limited liability company sub to DLC Capital Management, and Jamie Mandel is the ultimate purveyor of this property. So I would hope that some of you would research that, and if you want to tie in with Beckham, please do not, as their loyalty to the U.S. is questionable, and they have their particular handlers. Mr. Gabella, please be careful with certain white suits and their greasy Saturday Night Fever style. I have dealt with this particular one before, and you need to reevaluate that a little bit more. And finally, to the Francis Suarez, you are a traitor. You have demonstrated yourself to weaponize your power against American citizens, and a lot of that will come out. And to the City of Miami Police, as I told the City of Doral Police, you need to separate the wheat from the chaff from the Freemasons who are within your departments. The blue will soon run red if you do not go in and get rid of it, because I personally can smell the Freemason decay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Fernando Monti, resident from the South Grove, speaking on items 11 and 9. The appearance of impropriety. The appearance of impropriety is a phrase referring to a situation which, to a lay person without knowledge of the specific circumstances, might seem to raise ethics questions. That phrase was also curiously used in the most ironic of manners by our mayor, Francis Suarez, here today, in a recent and recently rare veto issued on Christmas Eve. The sad truth is that, yes, a near permanent appearance of impropriety hangs like an impenetrable cloud stuck over our city government. We all see it with the predatory actions of the city attorney and her husband over the disturbing and highly irregular use of code enforcement decisions at the expense of vulnerable seniors and their housing to commit what appears to be clear-cut real estate fraud. We see it with a tainted land deal led and negotiated in bad faith by a former commissioner involving the transfer of a public land use in Biscayne Park to a bizarre private for-profit industry and business operating under the euphemism of educational providers. This deal, by the way, led to the commissioner's indictment on corruption charges on that very deal. We also see it with the indefensible actions of our city manager in having his wife's company pay tens of thousands of dollars to remodel his office, something that even the manager himself admits arouses suspicions of impropriety. There's that word again, impropriety. To sincerely and truly avoid the further appearance of impropriety, I urge all of the commissioners here today to vote to fire our ethically compromised city attorney, to overturn that tainted land deal that Commissioner Diaz-Laportilla negotiated in bad faith at Biscayne Park that led to his arrest on corruption charges, and to propose a motion of censure and no confidence in our city manager for his improper actions of his words, arousing suspicions of impropriety involving his wife's furniture company. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Cecilia Tavera, 2 Grovile Drive, apartment 1405, Coconut Grove, 33133. I yield my 2 minutes to Billy Corbin.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Billy Corbin, P.O. Box 403-004-33139. My comments pertain to RE 7, 11, 15, 19, 20, PZ 3, and DI 8. Miami is a predator city. With a few exceptions, most of the people in charge are not public servants. You exploit the public to serve yourselves. You ask not what you can do for the city, but what the city can do for you, for your cronies, for your spouses. We have a city manager who doesn't even live in the city, who writes checks with taxpayer money and hands them to his wife for overpriced office furniture. We have a city attorney who also doesn't live in the city, who is being sued for a house flipping scheme with her husband that allegedly exploits and deceives elderly homeowners. We have Francis Suarez, nice of you to show up, who works as a private concierge mayor for millionaire and billionaire clients, a mayor who will sell his public office to anyone, anywhere, for any price, even for imaginary coins. We have one city commissioner who is arrested and another who uses the budgets of Bayfront Park and the Tower Theater as slush funds and allegedly uses vendors for kickbacks to him and his wife. Fortunately, the U.S. Marshals will be taking that money off your hands soon. The city is drowning in a sea of scandals. Unethical and possibly illegal conduct. I can't imagine what this must be like for our new commissioners, Gabella and Pardo. Some of your colleagues in this administration are already weaponizing your own government against you. It's in the agenda. But you all have a chance to prove me wrong. Your critics, the press, all of us wrong today. There's 2 items on the agenda that are litmus tests for the Miami Mafia, RE11 and RE19. RE11, please end the humiliating tenure of mob lawyer Vicky Mendez, the enabler and co-conspirator in much of this misconduct that has embarrassed the city all over the world for so many years. And RE19, without casting aspersions on the project itself, we all know that this real estate deal was the subject of an indictment in which one of your colleagues that you served with up here for years, some of you, was arrested for bribery, money laundering, and campaign finance crimes. Are you a corrupt cabal, or are you capable of doing the right thing? Vote yes to terminate the revocable license. In the meantime, Commissioners Gabella and Pardo and the good city employees out there, stand strong. We have your backs. We support you and the hundreds of decent, hardworking city employees who are being held hostage in this toxic free-for-all of fear, intimidation, and revenge. The bullies will not win. We will fight their lies with the truth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Good morning.
We would like to ask Mr. Corbin if he can represent pursuant to the city code how he's been paid to be here. And the things that he is alleging with regard to my husband that he is involved in personally, and Ms. Denise Galvez back there who went and found a guy to sue me and my husband in order for you to have a reason to come before the commission and ask for my job. The reason why I've lasted over 10.5 years is because of my integrity. The reason why people like you get to bully me every day and I don't lose sleep over you is because you are a vile little man.
You sure?
Good morning.
Happy New Year. And let's hope the civility can be back to normal. Brenda Betancourt, 1436 Southwest 6th Street. I just want to give a little brief message to all of us, and I'm including myself in it. The city has plenty problems to resolve. We have the streets that need to be resolved. We have the businesses that need to be helped to get certificate of use. We have mitigations in place. And we have so many things that we have to focus ourselves on. And to be honest, I am a city of Miami. I work, live in the city of Miami. And when we involve people who work for us or students because we give them something to come in and speak on behalf of something, that's wrong. I am in favor of PC10, and the reason that I am in favor is because we need to figure out how we're going to do more units for all our residents to live in the city and not to go somewhere else. Sometimes when we live in a house, we want to be protected. Well, we have the champion. Commissioner Manolo Reyes has championed to protect your single family home at T3. That sometimes we do not agree, but he's protecting you T3. If you are a single family home, you are protected. If not, let progress to move because we have 30,000 affordable housing vouchers waiting for units to be built. And Miami 21 do not work. It was a mistake, a lot of things that it was approved. And if you're not smart enough to even see it, then sorry for that. But we need to change to do more units for everybody else. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all. Happy New Year. First of all, Chairman King, I would like to congratulate you for your actions with a senior we had earlier. It is very admirable and very respectful. Thank you very much. That's a great example of our true hearts here in the city of Miami. We have a lot of, this is very difficult times we're living through in our city, and there's a lot of situations that have arisen. I think, and I beg each of you to please consider that we have to change this image that has come of late. And I think we should start by doing a wrong that our previous Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla did when he changed the district line. I think that was a huge error. For whatever reason, it was a mistake. And obviously the state recognized it as such. And I think it's time we change that line back to the way it was originally all the time. And we put this issue with Commissioner Miguel Angel Gavela to rest and let the commissioner serve as he was elected by the people that voted for him in his district. So I beg for you to please change that line back and let's put that item to rest and just mend our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other persons wishing to speak for public comment, the public comment period is now closed. Commissioner Carollo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hope you would make sure that I will not be interrupted. Let me get the mics closer so I can speak. I have seen a trend here today that frankly has been overboard and we haven't seen here in years. Individuals, some that don't even live in the city, all connected to individuals in one way or another that are trying to take tens of millions of dollars from the city, come up here, insult, defame, accuse, and we can't even respond to them at that moment. But this is something that this commission, nor any commission that I know of, allows for people just to come, defame, and accuse, because otherwise you turn democracy, civility, upside down. Let me see where I could begin with the little guy over there, all smiles, Mr. Cohen. Oh boy, he's just all smiles. This guy, if you've ever heard a voice representing corruption, that's him. He's paid to attack many of us here. Yes, paid. He was put on the payroll way early on, years back, to go into all the TV newscasts since I was 24, go through newspapers, see anything he could find to come at me. For those of you that haven't heard this before, Luke Campbell. You know Luke Campbell, right, Mr. Mayor? And please correct me if I say something that's wrong. Luke Campbell told me that the voice of corruption, Billy Cohen, known to some of you as Billy Corbin, that doesn't live in the city of Miami, that he brought in a guy named Zach Bush, partners with a guy that came in the phone, Bill Fuller, to speak to him. At the time, he wrote for the Miami New Times, and they made him an offer of $5,000 for his Optimus Liberty City Football Club. They would give them $5,000 if he would write an article to call me a racist. Well, Mr. Campbell did not accept doing that because he knows me. He knows I'm not a racist. He didn't get the $5,000. Now, Luke Campbell was the one that told me the story. And then, to my surprise, sometime later, the mayor told me basically the same story that Luke Campbell told him of what had happened. If I'm wrong, please interrupt me, Mr. Mayor. So
He told me that story.
yeah. This guy goes around pretending that he's the do-gooder. He's against corruption. He wants transparency. But he's protecting corruption. What his masters want, they want to take from the city over $100 million. Over $100 million. That even if you put all their properties in the city of Miami together, they're not worth even half of that. And they're upset because the city of Miami, in order to defend itself from numerous lawsuits that they filed, including lawsuits to try to intimidate every employee of the city so that no one would be there to stop whatever they want to do. And they could get away with anything they would do. And I'm talking about personal lawsuits that they file, especially against practically every person that testified during the latest trial. They want to get from the city tens of millions of dollars. And this is why this guy and others are coming up here pretending they're independent people. This other lady that came in, this Denise Galvez, I'm surprised with her background. She even has the face to come up here, but she's a direct employee through a so-called nonprofit of these same individuals. She went ambulance chasing up to central North Florida to find an individual so then they could file a suit against the city attorney, a false frivolous suit with the same attorney of the group. Now, the individual, they wanted people to think that it's a poor old man that didn't know what he was doing, that he was taken advantage of. And the facts show that he was a realtor for years. And he was very savvy in real estate, much more than the average person by being a realtor. And the evidence that the media in this town doesn't want to show is that it was in fact this man, through his representative, as I understand, that contacted the city attorney's husband because he needed to sell a house that he had, not his homestead, even though that house was getting homesteaded at the time illegally. Now, it's difficult when you're getting one lie thrown at you after another, and you're not allowed to respond. I'm even starting to wonder if I could even respond through the days. the media doesn't want to know the truth. They want to keep the false narrative going. What media in this town has bothered to look at all the violations against our residents that these people have committed with proof? What media in this town has bothered to look when a previous mayor was here, Mr. Tomas Regalado, that's part of this whole core, of all the emails that were found of how one of his key employee, was providing information and protection to these characters. And other emails from employees in the city that were here, they were in fact providing protection. Like, Mr. Manager, you remember an email from a former employee in code enforcement that wrote off that they had cured all code violations on a certain property? When you went there, did you see anything that was cured? Another email that was found talked about a property that Mr. Fuller sent to another city employee. And it showed a code violations that he had gotten from a code officer. And he asked him to look into it. Well, we've looked everywhere to find the file, to find if anything was ever done, any code violation put in that property. Nothing was found. The only proof that we have was the email that Mr. Fuller sent that he had a copy of the code violations that was posted. But that disappeared. Letters from former Mayor Regalado's main guy in the community that was letting these people know that code had found out that they were doing illegal work in commercial buildings. Here's the number you got to call and speak to the code director, speak to this one. You guys in the media don't care about any of that. Not one of you, beginning with our tabloid, the Miami Herald, has ever bothered to look at anything except just go with whatever narrative these people want. And the bottom line is they won over $100 million from this city. That's why they won the city attorney's hat, so that the next one that these guys put in will just roll over and say, we have to settle for all these millions of dollars. Let's give him the money. And that's what this is really all about. Now, little Billy made a statement here. Yeah, he's little in size, but I'm not saying it because size. I'm saying it because what he's got up here. Little Billy made an accusation about me getting kickbacks. Well, like that old famous commercial, where's the beef? Show the proof. Show proof that I've taken 1 penny from anything. It's all lies, creations, so that they could try to get investigations on me. The state attorney's office for years have received dozens upon dozens of emails and anonymous complaints, alleging all kinds of stuff, of lies against me. And that's why you never heard of anything happening to me because I have been a public servant. I haven't come here to fill my pockets. Even the great tabloid, the Miami Herald, has had to admit that. Even though they don't like the pants that I wear, they don't like the way I walk, they don't like the way I dance, they don't like the way I talk. And after writing an article like that, where they had to admit, I don't do this for money to fill my pockets, 2 weeks after they wrote that article, trying to sandwich me between all the other ones that they did to see how I could get muddied up, on December 31st, they included the whole front page of the Herald from top to bottom. I made history on my own because I've never had a front page of any paper, not even the tabloid, the Herald, dedicate that to me. And we made history also because there's not a newspaper in the free world that on the 31st, the last day of the year, would dedicate a front page that they had printed 2 weeks before in attacking a city official because they don't like the way he dresses, he dances, he talks, he walks, etc. But they had to admit, I don't take money. I wonder who encouraged them, or maybe in that area that it says, you know, to help with money, to write stories, maybe somebody helped them with enough money to get the front page for them. But it was clear that it was done with malice, thinking that on the night of the 31st, when we had the biggest New Year's Eve celebration, not only in the state of Florida, but the second largest in the country after New York, they thought that that was going to get the masses excited. And if I dare go up on stage, they were going to boo me down. Well, I purposely went up stage to give the masses the opportunity to boo me down. And unfortunately for the Herald and their clan, they did just the opposite. They applauded me for the work that we had done, because nobody can imagine the amount of work that many of us put together to put such an event like this for New Year's Eve. It's a thankless job, but we do it out of love. Billy, bring the proof. Yeah, with your big smile. Bring the proof. The other gentleman that came before and talked about how I included my home in the district in June of this year. One Coconut Grove, all together. Well, that's great, but why is the rest of the city all divided in districts? Why is one area the only one that is not? In fact, in the plans that they want to include for those that are suing the city, associated with all of them, Little Havana is going to be split even worse than it ever was. District 3 would be left with only a street, I think A Street. And District 1 will get the bulk of Little Havana. District 4 will get the other part. But every other part of the city could be divided, but not Coconut Grove. Now, let me go into the history, because there's been so many lies when we first did districts, it's not June of this year. We voted upon new districts in March of last year. March of last year. In March of last year, the first lies that were thrown was that we were doing something against the black area of Coconut Grove, when nothing that had been cut from the Grove had anything to do with the black area of Coconut Grove. In fact, they try to make it believe that because of what we done, a second African American could not get elected to the city commission. The truth is that the only time that you've had an African American in the city commission from Coconut Grove was when Joe Carollo was mayor. We had an opening, and like she herself stated here, in thanking me again after all these years, Mrs. Gibson, I spoke to, and I convinced the commission to appoint her to this body right here. Now, that was the first lie that they threw, trying to make this into a racial issue when it wasn't. The commission approved districts like we were bound to do by law in March of 2022, and there were major changes that were made, but they had to be made according to law because one district in particular, District 2 along the Bay, so many new people have moved here, in particular after COVID. And that's where all the developers want to build because they don't care about housing for the middle class or the poor. They only want to make as much as they can and build for the rich and famous. So by federal law, this commission was forced to redo districts, and there were tens of thousands of people moved from one district to another in this city. That's why District 3 added a part of the Grove where my old home, property that I own, and had not been living there since 2016, was put back into the district. Some 9 months follow. We have the special election in Coconut Grove. Then we get another lawsuit after we had a special election. Now the story is that we gerrymandered the districts, that the 3 districts that have Hispanics, that they were gerrymandered on purpose to get Hispanics. But I submit to you, how can you gerrymander to get a Hispanic 3 districts that each has over 90% of Hispanics? Any way you cut that, seems to me you're going to get a Hispanic elected. But that was the excuse to go into court with the lawsuit. Now, since March of 2022, the home that I used to live in since 2016 was in the new district for the reasons that I explained. We are forced now, because of the lawsuit, to redo the districts again. And citywide, there were tens of thousands of people that were moved again. In my district alone, there was somewhere, maybe as many as somewhere between 13,000, 15,000 people that were taken out or put into my district. That's a lot of people. And that's only in my district that happened. Citywide, it was tens of thousands. So, and many, if not most, of the changes that were made were people that had lived in one district for decades and decades and were moved into another district. It wasn't just Mr. Gavela that had that problem. There were tens of thousands of other people that went through that because of this additional lawsuit that happened. And by the way, while one of the individuals that spoke here said that the federal courts ruled against us and so on, what they didn't say was that the appellate court, that's not political, said that the city was right, that they can force us to do what the lower court wanted just before an election. And they even appealed it to the Supreme Court. And something that the Supreme Court never gets involved in, surprise, surprise, they did. And the whole Supreme Court, all 9 justices, ruled in favor of the city of Miami. I don't think Billy and Armani were laughing as much then as they are now and grinning. Bottom line is that city of Miami is under attack. I remember when I was mayor, within a few months that I got elected back in '96 the first time. I was informed that we were going to have election because a guy named Gene Stearns, that's one of the plaintiff's attorneys, has got 3 suits against the city, had collected signatures to dissolve the city of Miami. And I was surprised to have heard that. I just got an elected mayor, and I did what a mayor should do. I went and raised the dollars for a campaign and went and spoke against it. The election was won by over 85% of the vote. Mr. Stearns accused me that was the reason why they failed, because I had raised all this money and I had gone out publicly campaigning against it. But that's what a mayor should do. So this idea that I'm saying that people want to destroy this city, it's not something that's made up. It's something that they tried before, and now they're coming back to it. It's late. This is why it's very difficult not to address each individual attack and having to wait towards the end, especially the way this has been. But I thank the chair for giving me the opportunity. It's 12:50 and I'm super late in something personal that I have to do, thinking that we were going to break at 12. Thank you. So the chair's not here. What time does everybody want to come back for lunch? 2:30? Pardon? What, no. Whatever you guys want, I don't care. Can we take a 2-hour lunch at least? 3? Yes.
Address the veto.
That's going to take a long time,
I don't think so.
Commissioner. It will be. Can we deal with this?
No, Carol, respectfully, can we finish what, I mean, was I good? I respect you, right? I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't,
fine.
Let's hear from the mayor. Let's hear from.
Can this be the last item then that we deal with
And
before
then
we go to lunch?
that's
well,
right.
Manolo has something to say,
That's right. I think that the
I'm sorry, I had to
the mayor
step out.
wants to address the
Yeah.
veto.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Clerk. So as required by our ordinance, I believe it's section 2-36, the first item properly on the agenda is the mayoral veto. I vetoed resolution 23-0525, file number 15172, principally for two reasons, or exclusively for two reasons. The first of which I'm going to talk about is the second reason. And you know, it's up to the commissioner to decide what the commissioner wants to do. But it's my view that him taking a vote on his district or on that particular item and on this particular veto would inure to his specific benefit, personal and financial. The executive director of the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics also opined, so this is not something that I alone have concluded, also opined that voting on this item would inure to his personal and or financial benefit. So my personal recommendation and part of the veto was that that was improper, and my suggestion would be that the commissioner not sit on this item.
So can I respond?
Yes, of course.
So I am going to take the advice, okay, and not sit on that item on the veto. And as a matter of fact, I think I said I was going to withdraw it. You guys heard me in the beginning, so that's fine. Now, and I understand there's going to be another vote that Monroe is going to present an motion. And on that, I will be recusing myself of that vote. I am going to adhere to what is. However, I just want to state for the record, okay, how this came about, okay? Very briefly, I'm not going to take up Carollo's 20 minutes, and this is why sometimes I interrupt you, because then I forget of all the things that you mentioned, how to respond back to you, in all due respect. But this is what I'm going to say.
May I interrupt you for a second, Commissioner?
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Don't do what you're going to do. Yeah. Don't do what you're going to do. And I'll tell you why. You don't want to establish a different record.
Absolutely.
The record is what it is on this item and on this veto. If you're going to recuse yourself from it, just recuse yourself from it, walk away. And you'll have other moments where you can discuss it if you want.
Yeah, but look, he was talking about the redistricting, okay? And I feel I have.
I think you'll have other moments. You'll have other moments where you can talk about it.
Time for that.
You'll have other moments where you'll be able to talk about it.
All right, so I'm going to step away.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. The second reason, thank you, Commissioner. The second reason why I vetoed the item was because I felt it violated the Florida statute. The Florida statute 166.0321 is very clear. It's 3 sentences, the last of which says that any ordinance enacted or adopted by a municipality on or after July 1st, which is in conflict with this section, is void, which was my determination. The reason why is there are 2 preceding sentences. The first says each municipality shall from time to time fix the boundaries of its districts so as to keep them as nearly equal in proportion to their respective populations as practicable, comma, provided that such changes, meaning the changes of the boundaries, may not be made in the 270 days before a regular general election for the governing body of the municipality. That phrase modifies the prior phrase by a comma. Then there's a different and distinct sentence that begins with districts, and this is a distinct and different requirement of the law, may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate or member of the governing body or an incumbent member of the governing body based on the candidate or incumbent's residential address. I felt that the commissioner's statements on the record clearly stated his intention and clearly violated this section. So that's why I put forth the veto. The commission is not required to take any action on the veto. I understand that Commissioner Reyes has on the agenda a different item.
Yes.
If we want to take up your item, I just want the record to reflect for the clerk's clarity that no action is taken on the veto, which means the veto is sustained.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with that
Thank you.
because I had also information from the
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr.
about
Clerk.
about the ethics department in the state that your decision was right. But Madam City Attorney, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I would like to bring out of order resolution RE16 to what that resolution is going to do. It is going to bring the boundaries of deed one as those boundaries have traditionally been before and for many years. Those have been the boundaries of District 1. I move it. Do I get a second? A second?
I'll second it.
Can,
Open for discussion.
I'll make it quick. I don't think we need to get into a drag
No.
discussion of this. We could all respect each other's opinion.
Sure.
Commissioner, let me be clear why I cannot vote for this. We're not following the law still, and we're not doing it in an orderly process. There can be a way of doing it, but it has to be in an orderly process that includes everything. I don't believe you're going to cure this at all by putting 12 more houses besides the 4 that were put before and make it 16.
Sir, we are not doing this for any specific person. We were doing to correct the boundaries as they were before.
I understand what you're saying, but regardless, what can't be changed is the previous records. And let me just read what the mayor only read a small part. And this became law July 1st, 2023. The new state statute 166.0321 to the ones that pushed it knew it as the Joe Carollo statute. But they didn't know that he was going to come back and boomerang and hit one of their own. And then further protect Joe Carollo instead of hurting him. And it's very simple. And I'll read it all so that I'm not accused that I'm hiding parts or only reading parts if I can. It says, each municipality shall from time to time fix the boundaries of its districts so as to keep them as nearly equal in proportion to their respective population as practicable, provided that such changes may not be made in the 270 days before a regular general election for the governing body of the municipality. This is what the Supreme Court ruled and the appellate court ruled in the city's favor for these last elections. Then he says, districts may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate for member of the governing body or an incumbent member of the governing body based on the candidate's or incumbent's residential address. Any ordinance enacted or adopted by a municipality on or after July 1st, 2023, which is in conflict with this section, is void. Look, we can try to put lipstick on a pig and claim it's not a pig. But like the old saying goes, that, it is what it is.
Okay.
And I'm just putting this on the record, why I'm voting against this. I don't think that this statute could be read in any other way, and the limited action that's being made is not going to cure this. And that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Commissioner Pardo?
I just wanted to add here for a second. Let's not forget that originally when Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla voted, he was in the same situation as Commissioner Gabella, and no ethics opinion was ever sought. This legislation due to a timing difference, is inconvenient in this moment. So I suggest we leave the past to the past and we move forward and correct the situation for Commissioner Gabela.
It's not for Commissioner Gabela, it's to bring back we are not benefiting anybody. We are just...
No, that's correct.
That's
it is not
okay.
benefiting Commissioner Gabela, but it
is-
indirectly solves.
bring back the boundaries of that is. Could you call the roll?
I'm sorry, Manolo, did you say something? I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Call the roll.
Chair, briefly, RE 16 is to be amended. Give me 1 second. To remove the word amalgamated located on page 2 of the resolution. Does the mover... so RE 16 is to be amended to remove the word amalgamated that is located on page 2 of the resolution. Does the mover and seconder accept that amendment?
You accept the amendment? Now, I have a question. We have a trial with respect to redistricting starting January 29th. How does this action affect the trial?
Madam Chair, obviously changing the district before trial is going to be problematic. We would have to submit new maps and deal with that. Obviously, it'll probably affect our posture in the trial as well, and it is still suffers from the same infirmities as the 1660321. We do have a request to the Attorney General, which maybe we need to modify now because it was more related to the actual mayoral veto, but this is a new law, and it is to be interpreted as such. So those are the issues with passing this now. This should probably be deferred in order to see the outcome of the litigation and address it that way to see if we get a clarification from the Attorney General's office on this law and its application in this instance.
But what we are doing now is, Commissioner Reyes, we're reinstating the natural boundaries.
That's what we're doing.
Reinstating the natural boundaries.
That have been like that for since the beginning.
But what is the natural boundaries? The way that it was now was to the river. So many would say the natural boundaries is to the river, not on the other side of the expressway. But that could be interpreted by, different people in different ways.
You can interpret it any way
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Motion carries.
As amended?
As amended. At this time, would my colleagues like to take a recess for lunch? And prior to the lunch recess, there's the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust Advisory.
Can we bring that back, please? Maybe that'll be the first item that we deal with.
Okay, so
I really do have to
Wait,
go.
let me check. It's not a long agenda, and we are approving the annual report. So it'll take 2 minutes, as fast as Todd can flip the, okay. Yes, and we have the board members here as well. So quickly.
You got 3 words.
Okay.
I have to go.
All right, I'll see you after lunch. Is the tape flipped? The tape has been flipped? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust meeting for January 11th, 2024. We will resume the City of Miami regular commission meeting at 3 o'clock. Madam Executive Director, please begin the meeting. Those of you who are not staying for the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust meeting, please leave the chambers. We are trying to have another meeting. Thank you. Exit quickly and quietly so we can have this meeting.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
At this time, I would like to call the meeting for Virginia Key Beach Park Trust to order.
Go ahead.
Thank you. At this time,
Excuse me. Can you please move back? We are trying to have a meeting. Please move back. Go ahead.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to go ahead and approve the special meeting minutes from November 16, 2023, 12 p.m.
Go ahead. Read the item. You have to open up for public comment for your items. Read the item that you have and open up public comment.
Okay. Okay, at this time, we'd like to go ahead and open public comment. Since we don't have anyone coming up for public comment is closed. Okay, and at this time, we'd like to get a motion to approve the minutes.
Second. There's a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and at this time, we have a resolution to approve the annual report. The annual report is something that we do yearly to talk about the needs of and the mission of the trust, which has been prepared by the chair and approved by the chair. So at this time, we need everybody to vote on the annual report.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and the only two things we have left is the quarterly report, which was emailed to everybody, and it's in your packets. And then we also sent an email about a advisory board committee that has resigned, and it's your duty to select someone, and we can discuss that at the next meeting.
Okay. Does this conclude the meeting?
Yes,
Any other
ma'am.
items? That concludes the meeting. Thank you all. See you back here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one last thing. Board member Panita Peabody, had COVID on September 9th, 2023, and we need to excuse her absence. And I need a vote for that.
But she doesn't have COVID now, right?
No.
If I get COVID, I die.
No, in September.
September.
In September. Do I have a motion to excuse the absence?
I'll make the motion.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all.